Good evening and welcome to the planning board, Belgrade, the town of Belgrade. The meeting of October 16. It is 6:01. And we're going to call the meeting to order. First, we're going to do a roll call. Tonight, we have Mrs. Penny Morale. We have Mr. Nick Alex, I was gonna call you Alexander. Mr. Nick Carroll, Mr. Peter Surgeon, Mr. George Seal, myself, Sarah Langet, and Mr. Rans Rasmussen. We're gonna ask the members of the audience here in the public to introduce themselves. This is just for the record, so the video can pick it up.
Good evening, I'm Judy Metcalf, and I'm for the applicants Stephen and Jody Jones on item B on your agenda.
Okay,
I'm Ron, well, go ahead. I'm Ronald Bellavance, for the Woodruff permit on with Whiting Road, 42 Whiting Road.
thank you.
Hi, I'm Chris Nagel. I'm an attorney for Jeff and Caroline Stiff opposing the Jones application.
Okay,
And I'm Jeffrey Stiff, the mother to the Jones application.
all right,
I'm Jillian Real. I have nothing on this calendar. I'm just here because I'm interested.
excellent.
I'm David Bean. I have a camp down in Sandy Cove and I'm interested in the Jones stuff. What's going to happen there, so I'm just here to serve.
All right. So, well, let's make sure that everybody sign up the sheet here. And then also we have people on the line. Can you please introduce yourself? We cannot hear you. You gotta unmute yourself.
Yep.
There we go.
Hello, this is Nancy Vallis. I'm John Sutton's daughter, a butter to the Jones property.
Thank you. Thank you
Who
for, Nancy Bellis. She said she used to be Nancy Sutton.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
I can write it for you.
Yeah, it'll be on recording if you watch it.
Yeah. That's, her name is right there. You will see in the recording. Okay, so that done, very quickly, the second item in the agenda tonight is a share spot. That will be me. And, just for the proceedings tonight, simple rules. We have our governors of the towns, behave themselves and move themselves and rule themselves with rules of order. And all that I'm gonna ask from each one of you is to, when a person is speaking, not to speak over. One. And in order to keep the room flowing and with respect for each other, if you need to talk, we're gonna do it like a primary school. You raise your hand, you hold till the chair acknowledge you. Once you are acknowledged, you have the mic and you can speak till your ends go up. When you're done, the next person that I pick will speak. Very simple. It will run like a jazz, right? So that said, let's start with item C. The people that are online, you have a feature in your Zoom to raise your hand. So if you would like to speak, that will be the way to do it. All right, I see Nancy acknowledging. Okay, great. So let's start then with item C. Item C, the applicant is Stephen Jones. Location is 326 Sandy Cove Road, map 20, lot 10. And the purpose is shoreland zone accessory structure. And with that said, I'm gonna proceed to read the application that had been submitted to the board. Same thing, applicant is Jody and Stephen Jones. Mailing address is 918 Deerfield Farms Road, St. Louis. Same is, I think that's Missouri. Yeah. Yeah. And then location of the subject property is 326 Sandy Cove Road, map 20, lot 10. Current use of the property is residential. Proposed construction or change of use, including size, is to permit existing garage / detached bedrooms / back work area. It is 30 feet, 5 inches by 38 feet, 5 inches, and in height is 24 feet, 8 inches. So the total square footprint is 1,174.25 square feet. There's a attachment here, sheet with a plan. Existing sewage disposal system type and capacity. Or system to be replaced, attached. Present numbers of rooms is 3. Bedrooms to be added under this application is 2. Total lot area is 54,450 square feet. Lot area within the shoreline zone is 54,450 square feet. Total number of structures on the lot is 3. A site plan must be included, which it is. Present square footage. The structures are 2,072 square feet, which is the addition of 1,976 square feet for the camp, and then there's a shed which is 96 square feet. The proposed square footage is 1,174.5. There's a difference between the one red over here and it's in the decimal area. I'm not too concerned about that. I think it's the 0.51. So with that said, and just reading the top of the application, I will entertain the applicant to add any details that you would like to speak about before the board start deliberating.
Thank you very much. As I indicated at the outset, my name is Judy Metcalf. I'm an attorney practicing in Brunswick, and I'm helping, hopefully, the Stiffs, the Joneses on this application. This comes before you as a consequence of your already revoking a application that you had approved of many years ago. The law court heard the approval of that application and determined that there were duplicative aspects of the building that had been approved that resulted in it not being an accessory structure. The planning board had ordered that there be no cooking facilities, for instance, as a condition of the approval. And the law court, the highest court in Maine, concluded that it wasn't enough to attach a condition that there not be any cooking facilities. There must be no cooking facilities. So that matter was remanded to the Board of Appeals and then remanded to you, and you revoked the permit. The building has been built, but it has not been occupied at all as a consequence of the revocation. Working with the code enforcement officer to assure compliance with the mandate of the law court, this application takes that building and removes from it anything that could be considered as potentially duplicative. So if you look at the red lines you will see that a sink, a countertop, cabinets are, an island are all removed if this is approved. You'll see that dividing walls that could have been anticipated as separate rooms are being removed. Having removed those items, we believe that this application, to the letter and the spirit of your zoning ordinance and the law court's mandate, are accomplished, and the accessory structure nature of this building is accomplished. I entertain any questions that you may have.
Do you happen to, I take myself into it. Do you happen to have a footprint or a drawing of the principal structure? Because as you well explained, there's a balance between the accessory structure and the principal structure that came down right from the court. And I do have all the specs for the accessory structure, but I don't have all of it clear for the principal one. And that will help me making a decision.
I do not have a drawing showing the entirety of the footprint of the original structure.
Okay, let me ask you then a few questions.
Okay, I,
How many bedrooms in that structure?
in the principal
In the
structure,
principal structure?
two,
Two.
three, and the new one is two.
So presently in the principal structure, how many bedrooms are?
My understanding is two.
Three.
That, am I
Three.
correct? Three, I got
Three.
you first. Thank you.
That's why a print is gonna help us really solve this out. Three,
Right.
okay? How many bathrooms
In the principal,
in the principal?
one.
One. How many laundry rooms in the principal?
Don't know the answer to that question. There is a laundry room in the accessories.
Yes,
structure.
it is.
There
But
are
how
no-
many of those are in the principal?
None.
No. How many kitchens?
There's one kitchen in the principal,
Thank you. All the questions are about the principal. How many living rooms?
one.
One. How many porches?
There's a covered porch and the deck.
So that we consider two outside ends, it? Kind of two porches. And how many garages?
The accessory structure that we're considering has a garage.
But the principal don't have a
It
garage.
does not have a garage.
Thank you.
And the reference to the shed, that is not a garage. It's a small 96 square foot shed.
What is the usage for that shed?
It's, Jody uses it for her office. In the past, they have used it for overflow guests. Until they were approved originally for this accessory structure, they have not used it for accessory guests ever since the law court's decision.
There's no plumbing in the shed.
No, there's absolutely no plumbing in the shed.
So the shed actually is another accessory structure.
Right, and that's what the 96 square foot is referenced here in the application. That's the small little building.
Do they use that for like storing a lawnmower and that kind of thing?
That's what it was originally used for. When Jody started her genealogical services, she began to work out of there. She it's probably more for that until the permit is pulled for the accessory structure.
So the accessory structure is gonna be used for what now?
For right now, it hasn't been used because
But the
of
plan
the-
is,
to use it for overflow for their family. For bedrooms, there's a bathroom, there's another bathroom.
No.
No, in the garage room.
Proposed accessory.
In the
structure.
proposed accessory structure.
You were asking.
Yeah. It was.
And in the shed, there's nothing. You were asking what the shed, right?
sorry,
You were asking if there's anything with the shed. And you wanna know, then, there's a bathroom in the shed?
no, not the shed, I just wanted you to know what the shed was being used for, and she's using it for an office, so. It's inconsequential,
Okay,
they're storing, what they would store in the shed, there's. fine elsewhere,
Right, if they,
but not in the,
Please raise your hands. Thank you.
but not in the accessory structure. Nothing's being used in the accessory structure since the court, right?
they have not used it since the court.
But my understanding is there's one bathroom in the principal structure, so there can't be one in
Well, we just in the process of getting the information, understanding what is there. Once we have all the data sitting down and sift through,
the, okay,
then we can go and deliberate on
Yeah.
things.
good,
We got that clear,
yeah,
George?
The site plan that you submitted with this most recent application. By the way, I'm the only member of the board that was on the board in 2019, so. And so I was present at the site visit. Of the property, it appears to me. That there are 3 bedrooms. On this, on the second floor.
In the,
Is that
in
correct?
the new structure?
Yeah, because I know it in the application front page it says 2, but site plan seems to show 3.
They're taking out that wall. The red. So as to eliminate. That, on the second,
What will that space be used for if not a bedroom?
it would be used for a bedroom,
Just one big bedroom.
one big bedroom.
And what about the 2 other rooms on the second floor?
They would be used for bedrooms.
So that's 3 bedrooms.
I think that's what I had said.
So,
I'm sorry.
oh, no.
The application says bedrooms be added 2.
No, I think what she's saying is there's 3 bedrooms up there now, but they're gonna knock a wall down, so there'll only be 2. One will just be a big thing.
Well, that just doesn't jive with the site plan.
Oh,
no, because if they knock this wall out, that makes 1 bedroom and then the.
So-
So,
Sign. Says remove
Oh.
door, an entire wall.
room 3, you're talking about room 3, right? That wall will go out room 3?
Correct.
So what will that space be, that room
And-
3?
That's why I asked the question. 'Cause-
Yeah.
And the response was a bedroom.
Oh, it's still gonna be used to bed.
On the
Yeah.
building.
Well, I would go to the application, remove door, an entire wall
Yeah.
To result.
in it to result
Yeah,
in.
my
an
question is
open
what it's.
area.
Yeah, that's not bed.
Right, you're correct. I have to
It's
say,
not
I didn't
bad.
prepare this application, sorry.
I'm sorry, I was talking to,
She said there's gonna be no bed, it's just gonna be an open air area,
and,
and room 3. So
okay,
room 3 will just be an open
and
air.
so that's gonna be like a living room or,
Like a landing, living room, see the stairs, how they come up there.
yeah. Okay,
okay, so for item 6 in the application, it says that presently the number of bedrooms are 3. And then said bedrooms to be added under this application will be 0, actually will be -1. It will not be 2, because if we add in 2 bedrooms, it will be a total of 5 bedrooms, isn't it?
It says
No.
bedrooms to be added under this application too.
Yeah, this is a brand new proposal, it's already built, but this is how they're proposing it, the usage of it,
So we basically reducing from 3 bedrooms, we're going to 2.
yeah.
Well, it says present number of bedrooms, 3 bedrooms to be added under this application too, that makes 5.
Well, that's,
So that's not gonna be
that,
added.
that's, so it's actually a reduction from 3 bedrooms to 2
Right.
bedrooms.
It clarified now, you clarified it, but yeah, I was
confused about that.
Bedrooms to be subtracted from.
So I will restate it final, right? The application presently, the present structure has 3 bedrooms. And what the application is doing is going from 3 bedrooms to 2.
Correct.
Reduce.
So we are all in agreement on that.
That's making
No,
the with the primary structure.
No, we're talking about, the application is for the addition that we put in here, the accessory structure. We're not talking about the primary here in the application.
I don't think we should be describing it as an accessory structure, we haven't determined that yet. You may recall, we revised the ordinance in, with the help of the town attorney, to, better, being consistent with the state Supreme Court decision. And so I think it's premature to conclude this is an accessory structure. It's a structure, but it may or may not be an accessory structure. It may still be could potentially be a second principal structure, which was the problem the first time around. There isn't enough lot size for
Right.
2 principal structures.
The way that we're going at this now is as if there's nothing there, and this is a brand new application.
Right.
Even though there is a structure there, they're gonna change it around, but so this is like present number of bedrooms is 3 in the primary residence, and they're looking to add 2 in this new accessory structure, if it's an accessory structure.
Right.
Not,
That's exactly right.
not the primary structure.
No,
Well-
the way we're, you know, trying to tackle this is a brand new application, forget that the building's even there. The accessory, what's it, they already built, this is a brand new application, we're gonna see if, you know, if we can prove it. But so it would be present number of 3 in the primary, and they're adding 2 into this.
Got it.
Proposed building.
I appreciate it. That's another way to read this, I guess. And it makes sense. So number 6, so the board be clear into that. The present number of bedrooms in the whole lot is 3. And because we're considering that in this application is like the building is not there,
Correct.
we adding 2. Perfect. So we got that clear up. It's everybody in tune with that,
Yeah.
right? Mr. Seal.
So I had asked Hans to provide us with the application that had been originally approved back in 2019 by the planning board and prominently has my signature on it. And I noticed some differences in the square footage of the footprint. And for example, the present structure footprint, which I assume is, you know, the main house, is slightly different. 2,087 square feet versus 2,072 square feet. That's sort of immaterial to what's before us, but more pertinent is the fact that the proposed structure was 1,028 square feet footprint, and now it's up to 1,174.5 square feet. And looking at the site drawing, I don't see any differences, but yes, Hans, you know the answer.
I do.
All right,
I went out and I measured corner to corner of the eaves rather than construction blueprint measurements.
Okay, so
So these measurements are done by me.
okay, so the 1,174.5 is your measurement done in the field.
Corner of the eve, so corner of the eve, all the overhangs.
Okay, and that includes the porch.
Mhm.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
So, I had a question. We're
Right,
talking, 1,000 feet versus 1,100,000, what were you talking, like 1,000,
If you look at the application, it's right.
1,000. 7, okay. Okay,
his application now,
1,174, and then what was the other one?
and that was before the original application.
784,
So we have somehow vanished,
okay.
Well, what's most
So what,
important is
so
the
what's the
measurements.
difference, what's the difference again, I missed it, so what's the difference?
I measured the eaves from corner to corner of the actual
You can
eave
probably measure the
versus
elevations.
they were using blueprint measurements.
The footprint, basically.
Yeah. So we have an accurate footprint of the drip line that shoreline zone ordinance wants us to use.
Yeah, by including the drift line, if the difference is approximately 300 feet.
Mhm.
Well,
What percentage?
if you're looking at the very first application, that was one that was approved in the builder plans. What's relevant is what's on the application before you today. Okay.
Yeah,
Alright,
that's consistent with the definition of footprint.
Yep,
okay.
okay. Let's see, any other questions from board members in this application?
I just want to verify, when we changed the ordinance last January, or. And I should say last March, when the voters approved it. The definition of cooking facilities was revised as well. So it would include, microwaves, fridges. So none of that, nothing that could be construed as being used for cooking food or storing food or gonna be used in that or playroom.
Correct, that
Was originally gonna be a kitchenette kind of.
that the application was prepared mindful of the change of the ordinance, and so cooking facilities has a much broader or more precise definition now, and so yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Seal?
When we reached the point of, starting to, after we've heard, I think, from some of the others that are here in the room and online. And we're gonna start deliberations, I think it would be useful if we went over the new definition of accessory structure to make sure everybody's on the same page. Because if you're like me, I had to refresh my memory, on what we had proposed and the voters had.
You want to do that reading now?
I would rather do it before we, wait until we get to the point of doing deliberations.
Okay,
Before we do that, because I assume we're gonna give others here an
Sure.
opportunity.
so any other questions from the board?
No, but even under the old ordinance, you couldn't have cooking facilities in an accessory structure. So I know you guys made it as a condition, but. Even if there wasn't a condition, that's part of the ordinance, there never could have been.
Correct, and that was, of course, with the condition on the original approval, that was, of course, the intention, but because the law court said, yeah, but. That creates an enforcement issue for the town to worry about. They sent it back to you, and so. No cooking facilities, no.
But there was never supposed to be cooking.
No, there was never going to be.
They
and-
approved it with. cooking
Right, there was
facilities.
never
So that was
intention
just
to-
added during the building.
Correct, well. There was a sink in there.
Yeah.
That there was a condition on the original approval that there be no cooking facilities. Court felt as though that created an enforcement issue for the town. So we are taking out anything that would have a hint of that. We intended to comply with the no cooking facilities condition, and we are making sure there are no cooking facilities.
No more questions from the board? I cannot, yeah, the questions that I've formulated, cannot create it for myself a little spreadsheet here. So we have a visual comparison of what we looking at, but I will show that later to you guys. So in the meantime, any other people from the audience would like to speak? You gotta remind me your last name, sir.
My name is Chris Nagel.
Nagel, Mr. Nagel.
I
Oh,
am here
please go ahead.
representing the Stiffs and we oppose the application. Before I get into my presentation, may I ask through the chair some questions of Judy?
You mean about the application?
I have questions about her presentation. For example, is the refrigerator gonna be removed?
Well, I guess we can, that's related to the application and to the what is being reassessed in what was there, what we're gonna be seeing. So I will feel that is fair.
I have no objection to the
There are no
question.
objections to that, just wanna make sure everybody's comfortable.
Yeah,
with it.
we have no intention of having cooking facilities in these premises. If there is a refrigerator presently on site, again, we haven't used that building,
Okay,
then it would be taken out. Because a refrigerator is included in the definition of cooking facilities.
so would it help if I read the definition of cooking facilities as per the ordinance?
No,
Okay,
I don't think cooking facilities is relevant to the issue of whether it's an accessory structure, and that's gonna be part of my presentation.
Well, why do you bring up?
okay. So,
I would suggest Mr. Nagel go ahead with this presentation.
okay,
Well, can I,
Let's do
Judy
that.
said she wouldn't mind answering questions. I thought I heard her say that. So first of all, our information is different than what she told you. The main house has 2 bathrooms, not 1, which is what she told you. And that's kind of consistent with the accurate information she's presented to you. So my question related to taking a wall out and thinking that's gonna change the number of bedrooms. What's gonna stop someone from putting some beds in the space that is room number 3?
I cannot attest to that, but I can see where you're coming from.
Okay.
I understand that.
And just for your information, when they built the house, it had a full kitchen, not just a sink. It had a full kitchen, every appliance you could think of, a dishwasher, a microwave, an island with a sink. Don't be deceived into anything else. They built a full kitchen. The only reason they removed the cooking facilities is because the planning board asked them to do that. To get approval. And I think what they're saying is they're gonna remove the countertops and the cabinets. I'm still looking for an answer to whether, I think Judy told us that if there's a refrigerator in there, it will be gone. Is that correct?
Mr. Nagel, if there is a refrigerator in there, it would violate the definition of cooking facilities, so it would be gone. If I made a misrepresentation as to the number of bathrooms, I apologize. I have never been inside the Jones's home. I'm looking at the septic plan, which is part of the application, which tells us that there's a septic system on the property suitable for 5 bedrooms. And I have the plan for the building, which shows that there's a bath and another bath, the building that is the subject of this application.
Yeah, so I think we have resolved the item of the kitchen facilities.
Okay.
As
Well,
we
let me
get.
present my case if I may.
Huh?
You want me to stand up or sitting down, okay?
It's anything you want, however you wanna handle it. Are you done then with the questions for?
For now, yes.
For her, okay, good. So
So-
you're just gonna present your,
Trying to get there.
all right, thank you.
So just so you know, my name is Chris Nagel. I've been a real estate and land use lawyer for 48 years. I've served on the planning board in my town for 12 years. So I fully understand what you guys are going through. I was here with Mr. Seal in 2020. When the Joneses somehow got this thing approved as an accessory structure. And I think you've heard. Well, the code officer thought it was an accessory structure. And argued strongly in favor of approving the application, not this code officer, the prior code officer. The Maine Supreme Court said it's not even close. It's a principal structure, period. It has nothing to do with bathrooms or bedrooms, it just has to do with the size of the structure. So I have some handouts. Or a handout. The information. Summary of our position. So this is a memo with some exhibits. I don't expect you to read the memo. tonight, or at least today.
Thank you.
I do want to go over the exhibits in a second. Bill?
Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you.
There you go. Anyone else want a copy?
I would like one.
Oh, I'm giving it to you.
Yes. Thank you. This is just 3 pages. That's all I got.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thinking of extras, I'm
I do.
curious.
I do. I brought to people like you.
Thank you very much.
So this is a long memo that I'm not gonna talk through tonight. But I am gonna allude to some concepts in it. And hopefully between now and the next meeting, you'll have time to look at it more carefully. So for now, I'd like to flip to the exhibits, which are on the 7th page. And in particular, Exhibit 1. Everyone have Exhibit 1?
Now, I got a quick question here, just hold for a second, hey.
Is it labeled as exhibit one or?
And the bottom says it's 104, right in the bottom.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Just one question. Do, this kind of, new material here for the board, is this something that we include in the file of the application?
Absolutely. After,
Yeah,
absolutely, it's part of.
so I just wanna make sure that, maybe people in the audience don't know that they're aware that if they, because they don't have this information at hand, they only have what is in the packet through the website, that if they would like to look at the documentation that's gonna be in the file of the application. And that includes you too, that's public record.
Right, so if I may address that,
Sure.
I had planned to give it to the town clerk last week,
Mm-hmm.
so it could be in the package. And your code officer instructed me not to do that.
Well, routinely what we do here when what is presented to the board all at once is the application.
This is the application.
I understand that, and that's what is being presented now.
I'm doing what the code officer asked
Sure.
me to do.
Yeah,
And I'd just like to get through it if there's no other questions about it.
and sure, you will go through it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Exhibit 1 is a 2017 application for a garage with laundry in the playroom filed by Stephen Jones. And the permit issued by Code Officer Gary Fuller at the bottom. Now, this is relevant because this is the only permit that's been ever issued to the Joneses that hasn't been repealed. And what's significant for you to understand about the Joneses is that with this permit for a garage with laundry and a playroom, they built a full 3-bedroom, 2-story, 2-bath residence with a playroom and a garage bay. With this permit, that's what they built. And Mr. Fuller, God rest his soul, did nothing about it. But it was the Jones who applied for a garage with laundry, and they built a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom with a full kitchen residence. They have no permit that said they could do that, but they did it without a permit. And I think it's important to know the kind of people they are. So Exhibit 2 is the Supreme Court case, and I don't want to talk about that right now, but what happened, for those of you that don't know, is the planning board approved this, period. We appealed to the zoning board of appeals, who sent it back to the planning board, because the planning board had made no findings of fact or conclusions of law. So planning board took the second bite of the apple, issued an approval that had no information about accessory structures. And we went to the zoning board of appeals, they agreed with the planning board, went to Superior Court, they agreed with the planning board. And we went to the Maine Supreme Court and they absolutely disagreed with the code officer and the planning board and the zoning board. Highest court in the land. And I'll talk about a little more about that decision in a minute. But I think it's important for you to understand how this all got started. Someone comes in and asks for a 1-floor garage with a playroom, builds a 2-story full residence. And that's the only reason we're here. That's the only reason that building is there. It never got approved by anybody for what it is. So I think you, sir, said you need to consider as if the building wasn't there, and we agree with that 100%. I think you've got to look at this application as if there's a residence and they want to add this structure. We can't give them credit for having put it there because they put it there illegally. So that's an important point. So let's look at some more of these exhibits. Let's go to number 3 for a second.
Can we stop you just for 1 second? There's a question from a member of the board.
Okay.
Yeah, so. So you're saying going back in 2017. The Joneses submitted an application to the town of Belgrade. And it was approved. To put up this accessory building, right?
It was approved for a garage bay with a laundry.
Okay. So going down to item number 5 on that application you have, is that part of exhibit 1. There's proposed construction of changes, garage, laundry, playroom.
That's what they applied to build and that's what the code officer signed off.
And that was in 2017.
Yes,
That's right.
Okay. So now. And that was done? That was built that way?
this building has never been built.
From in 2017,
Yes,
that building was never built?
never.
Excuse me.
They built the structure that's there now.
Oh, wait, so that building was never built back then?
There was, in 2017, there was never a building built that's just a garage with a laundry and playroom. A 1-story building.
Or what was it?
They built this 2-story, 3-bedroom, 2-bath residence.
Okay, well, I'm back up. So. That was built in 2019,
2018, with this alleged permit.
so. I got a question for George. And an application came through in this November of 2019. And you guys signed it, right?
Right,
Okay,
with a condition.
well,
So
okay.
that's a separate application, sir, different application.
So in 2019, when this application came through, there was no building.
There was.
There was a building.
Yeah, anything that's come to the planning board has always been an after the fact application.
There was an after-fact application.
Yeah,
Well,
right.
came to
The
the
first
planning board.
permit that was issued was by the code enforcement officer only, not the planning board. I don't know all that conspired between that and the application that came to the planning board because it was an enforcement matter. And so out of the hands of the planning board, but the first application the planning board got is the one for the structure that exists today. And we approved it with the condition as has already been said on the public record with that no cooking facilities be part of the structure. And the Supreme Court decided that we had erred in not deciding that that was a second principal structure on that same lot. Whereas we thought it was an accessory structure.
Okay, I'm trying to get timeline. Thank
Can I
you.
get one question on it? At that time, was it 2 levels and did it have 2 baths?
It was exactly as portrayed in the application before us, in terms of footprint. And, well, not necessarily exactly, but the footprint was exactly the same. Same number of levels, same number of floor area, et cetera.
Okay.
But that was in twenty
The
nineteen.
only thing that wasn't consistent with the application you guys approved, the permit, was the kitchen facilities were added. Everything else, numbers of bedrooms, baths, all that square footage, like you said, was all the same.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, the alteration on the second floor that we already discussed are different in this application.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, they built it to the specs that you guys approved.
Well, it was already built.
Yeah,
and-
right,
And
but you
we,
approved
and
it.
in
Then
essence,
the
we
facilities,
required the
other
cooking
than-
facilities to
yeah.
be removed.
Right.
But as has already been said, the law court decided that wasn't enough. That yes, it was not a residential dwelling unit. By having, that was our attempt. But that was irrelevant. Their view was, this is a second principal structure, not an accessory structure.
Even
And that
without the
we had
kitchen,
erred
even without the kitchen.
with that, and even without the kitchen because of duplicity in the uses, and we'll get to that because we'll get to the definition of an
But what you
accessory
approved
structure.
was 3 bedrooms and 2 baths in the other building, not the principal.
Correct,
3 bedrooms, 2 baths in the second building.
right.
Okay, can we skip ahead to exhibit 4, please?
You don't want to do 3?
Now, 3 is, it's just the minutes of the meeting this year when you rescinded the permit. I think that's not a speedy point.
So we're in exhibit. So if you look at exhibit 4. This is a plan, a survey plan done for the STIFs. I thought I'd give this application some context. So you can kind of see the bigger picture. You can see the Jones lot on top. And you can see the STIF lot on the bottom. What's notable is that the entire dry land is in the shoreland zone. Because on the east side or right side, there's a wetland of special significance. This is a small piece of a huge wetland. And the DEP treats wetlands of special significance very seriously. So this building area is kind of stuck between Long Pond and this resource protection area, both of which have setbacks, etc. It's a very tenuous site. It's, if something goes wrong with their septic or on the lot, there's gonna be damage either to the wetland or to the lake or both. So let me go on to exhibit 5.
Question,
Yeah,
where's Long Pond? Is it right here where the?
Long Pond is on the far left,
Far left.
and what you're looking at.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
So on the STIF lot below, you can see their residence. With a porch and a set of steps. And behind their residence next to the road is a small garage. And then if you look north to the Jones lot, you can see part of, but not all of this. What I'm calling the 2018 Jones structure. Whatever you want to call it, whether it's an accessory structure, a house. It's a big building. And there it is on the plan.
Now, I got one more question before you move on to exhibit 4. What is the date of this exhibit?
That's a great question. This plan was done after the Jones structure was built, I would say 2018 and 19. Because the Stiffs and the Jones also have a boundary dispute that's unresolved.
Okay, and then also, what is the elevation as you move from west to east? In this
I
one,
know.
okay, so that's relevant because the wetlands are somehow, if the elevation goes up towards the wetlands, and I suspect that there's wetlands because the elevation goes down somehow. I will see it very difficult, any septic tank on the west of the road will affect the wetlands at all.
Correct.
So.
Well, and
And then just so we're up, the lot goes downhill from the road in both directions.
okay,
That's an easy way to visualize it.
sure,
You can see the road coming in from the south onto the Stiff's property. They have an easement on the Jones property to turn around, but when you're standing there, you're on the high point of land.
so that then any septic facility on the west of the road, if it burst, it will go to the lake, basically.
And to be clear, we're not challenging the Jones septic information.
Yeah.
I don't think that's part of our,
No, but you make a comment that made me think that if something happened there, it will go both ways, and I wanna just fix that in my mind anyways. Mr. Seal has a question now, Mr.
Mr. Nagel, I just want to make sure I'm not reading too much into, you're not questioning the whole discussion about the wetland, which is clearly there for anybody that walks the site. But you're not questioning the square footage in the application, the 54,450 square feet. That's in the shoreline zone.
I have no information to contradict that particular information.
Okay, thank you.
So can we go to 5 now?
Sure.
So there it is. This is what was supposed to be garage with a laundry and playroom.
One story.
One story.
If I may interject, it does not say one story on the original permit. Okay.
But does it say two-story?
It does not. It says 26 by 26.
No one has ever disputed that they applied for one story building.
It's not on the permit. It's not records.
Excuse me?
It's not in record.
It's not in the record, no?
Okay.
But wouldn't it have to be, if we built this two-story, wouldn't you have to put that on the application? No?
Read the application.
Huh?
Read the application, it says 26 by 26.
That's
the footprint.
That's the
This is-
footprint of the
But
building.
the only parameters, doesn't change it, doesn't matter how tall it is, it doesn't change the impervious.
If the only parameters on that permit that Gary signed was 26 by 26.
I should just clarify that if there's, regardless, of what errors the planning board may have made back in that time period, we clearly knew from our site visit and from all the drawings that have been submitted, along with photos, that this was a two-story building. There's no question about that. And we approved it as such,
Okay, good,
wrongly, apparently, but.
okay, good. Thanks.
So are we all done with 5? Any other questions? Okay. So let's look at 6 for a second. This is like standing on the road, looking down between the buildings. And I just want you to get a sense of scale for how large this new building is. As you look between the buildings on the left, you'll see the Stiff's front porch and front steps. You don't see those? They used to be able to look north and see Long Lake before this thing was built. Now, there's this enormously large, ugly brown, not especially architecturally appealing, giant building that blocks their view. Okay, the last thing in here is something about Mr. Dean's residence, but let me put that aside for now. What I'd like to do is hit the high points that are in this memo. And then you can go back and read it, make sure I told you what we approved.
This is that front page. You're
Yeah,
talking
that's where I'm gonna start for right now.
about. Sure.
So again, the planning board should review this as an after the fact permit as if the unlawfully constructed building is not there. Now, that's hard to do. But that's what you're supposed to do. And I hope you don't have sympathy with the Joneses for the fact that they might have to tear down their building because they didn't have a permit to put it there in the first place. So again, they've already demonstrated that they will ignore the zoning limits and build whatever they want to build. That's who the Joneses are. They never had a permit from the planning board for this thing they built, and they still don't have a permit from the planning board. So I was not surprised that the Supreme Court determined that this is not an accessory structure. And if you take time to read the decision, you'll see they're pretty clear about that. What was surprising to me is law that I really hadn't seen before. That said the planning board never should have tried to put on use restrictions. Because as they said, they're difficult to enforce. If the planning board says you can't use this for cooking facilities, who's going to enforce it? How are they going to enforce it? And that's what the Supreme Court said. You guys can't take a principal structure, add some restrictions to it, and turn it into an accessory structure. You can't do that. You don't have that authority. What the Supreme Court said. So what you need to do is look at this building and don't ask them what they're going to do with it. Imagine what someone might do with it. If not the Jones, some future owner. There's nothing to stop them, if you approve it, from putting safe beds upstairs. There's nothing to stop them, if you approve it, from putting the kitchen back. And I hope you don't approve it as an accessory structure. But I think that the point is important. What the board tried to do in good faith 5 years ago, Supreme Court says does not have the authority. If the planning board thought the building was a principal structure, they couldn't make it into something else by putting a restriction on it. So that's something to keep in mind. And just to be clear, the other major point I'll get to a little more later is their application is absolutely incomplete. Now, we can turn the page a little bit and just make this point. If they want to propose a one-story bunkhouse with a garage bay, this would be very happy to support it. They don't want to do that. So hopefully you'll convince them that's the right decision. So let's turn to page 4 for.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
When you said that the application is incomplete, can you further that?
Well, the reason I say that's on page 4,
Okay,
where I point out that your zoning ordinance
which where?
requires certain things to be filed before the planning board can review an application. And they don't have a narrative explaining why this is an accessory structure. That's not in the ordinance, but the ordinance requires a plan locating the septic system, stormwater control measures, normal high water mark of Long Lake, detailed 2-scale drawing showing the size views of the existing structure. They haven't done any of that. They have simply ignored your ordinance application requirements. And I don't think that's a good reason to approve their project. And they also completely failed to address the essential review standards. You guys have 8 review standards that are in most every shoreline zoning ordinance. And your job is to make sure they comply with those 8 review standards. Their application doesn't even mention review standards. It makes no arguments on why they meet those standards. I think that Jones is maybe hoping they'll do their work for them. and figure out how they meet these review standards, but a good application will tell you how they meet, the- you know, it doesn't affect water because of this and all that other stuff. So the point I just wanna make, so I think if nothing else, you could deny this application because it's not complete. Plain and simple. Someone on that floor plan said they might at some point in the future, the southeast corner will be reduced in size. I have no idea what that's about. Are they applying to reduce the size of the building? I don't know. Why is that on their application? You look at their application, they've got a circle which might get removed someday. And I guess. I think the Smith or the Snips are entitled to know, is that part of the application? And if they're gonna remove the corner of the building, when are they gonna remove? it? And if they're gonna remove the corner of the building, they're gonna have to change the building. Which means that's time to the planning board to do it. But I just wanna be clear, well, ask the Jones to be clear about just what they're doing here. Okay, no, so you guys have a page 2 in the memo?
2 of 6 or?
2 of 6, yes.
Yeah.
So just to be clear, the Jones lot is a non-conforming residence because it doesn't have enough shore frontage. And the existing residence is a non-conforming building that was within the 100-foot setback. So their lot is already stressing building zoning principles. So, I think we've covered it. I think I want to point out on page 3. This is language from the law court decision. The purpose of the zoning ordinance is to anticipate and to respond to the impacts of development in shoreland areas. And I gave you a citation to where you can find it. Conformity with a protective condition in the zoning ordinance must be promoted, not disregarded. So if there's something in there that's gonna help protect the watershed, it should be promoted and not worked around, which is kind of what the Jones are doing, in my view. So the bottom of page 3, I don't know where the numbers on this application came from. There's a huge difference between footprint of a building and the amount of square feet of floor space in the building. And it may have a footprint of 1174.5. I'm not questioning your code officer's ability to measure the structure, but they have 2 floors. According to their floor plan, there's 28 by 28 feet. Or 784 square feet per floor, times 2 is 1,568 square feet. And their site plan shows a 30.5 feet by 35.5 feet structure. Each floor has 930.25 square feet equals 1,860 square feet. So one of their documents says their building is 1,568. The other one says it's 1,860. And my question to the planning board is, how can you trust this applicant who gives you information that conflicts with itself? One of their plans says this and one of their plans says that. And it's the floor space in the building. And so I think that tends to show that no one paid much attention to the application, or certainly not enough application. So, let me talk about the term residential dwelling unit.
What page you on?
On page 5. Now, if I remember correctly, and George will certainly correct me if I'm wrong. You've got a great memory.
Yes, he does.
They wanted to make sure this building wasn't a residential dwelling, to their credit. And with the condition they described, assuming it could have been enforced, it probably wouldn't. But what's important is the term residential dwelling unit is only used in section 15 on land use standards for minimum lot sizes. It's a term that's designed to describe the kind of building. And if you look at how many buildings you can have per acre, it's all based on this term residential dwelling unit. So it's an interesting term if we're talking about minimum lot sizes, but they have a non-conforming lot. But the term is absolutely irrelevant to the question of whether it's an accessory structure or a principal structure. Because not all residential dwelling units are one or the other. And if you take the time to read the law court case, you'll see that the question is whether it's a principal structure or an accessory structure. That's the $1 million question. That's what the question the law court decided it on. And they decided, no, this is the same size, same function as the main house. So it can't be accessory. As the law court said, accessory uses, structures are usually smaller. This one is almost the same size as the existing house. Not even close to being smaller.
The building,
The new building is almost the same size as their existing house.
So,
the new building is 60% of the old house, the principal structure.
if I may,
That's if you believe the numbers on their application. I think I can show you why they're incorrect.
That was a-
Well, Hans mentioned it, so.
well, Mr. Nagel. In here, he clearly said it's feet of floor space, so he's measuring volume.
Yeah.
The shoreline zone ordinance is all about footprint.
Yeah.
It does not take volume into consideration.
Yeah,
Period.
it's the same amount in pervious area, it doesn't matter if it's 1 floor or 3 floors. It's just, it's
Well, it
the
mattered,
watershed, as far as pertaining to the lakes and the watershed.
it mattered to the Maine Supreme Court, sir.
Yeah.
Um,
We can talk about
Okay.
Mr. Seal wants to say something.
Well, just to build on that, it was cited specifically in the Maine Supreme Court decision, which said it was 97% of the same floor area. We got confused. Frankly, in our discussions with the town attorney of the Supreme Court decision, we found it, one, incredibly poorly written. Secondly, its logic incredibly elusive. And thirdly, really tough for a lay planning board to work through to figure out what the frig they wanted us to do. With the town attorney's help, we realized that the amount of floor area, which is not even mentioned in the zone, our ordinance anymore, and hasn't been for years, including chapter 1000, the DEP's or model ordinance, was sort of a red herring, except to the extent that it applies to the actual definition of accessory structure. In other words, how much duplicable functions do you have and that kind of thing, which we'll get to. But as Hans has mentioned, the floor area is almost irrelevant. It's the footprint that's used everywhere in the ordinance, not floor area. That was gotten rid of by DEP years ago.
So I would respectfully disagree with that. Let's say we have building A, it's 20 feet by 20 feet. It has 1 floor and it has 2 bedrooms. Now let's take building B, it's also 20 feet by 20 feet. And it has 4 bedrooms because it's a 2-story building. I don't think this ordinance says, well, these things cause the same amount of potential harm to the environment. It's pretty clear to me that having twice as many occupants doubles the risk of something happening. But I don't want to get stuck on that issue, okay, floor space versus footprint. Because I really think the key issue, and I need to respectfully disagree with you, George. I think the decision was very carefully and clearly easily understood, at least by lawyers.
That may be the key point. And we're, not one of us is an attorney.
No.
Well, okay.
So in lay language, it was gobbledygook.
I understand that, and I understand that you guys don't have much, if any, formal legal training. And this is a fundamental problem in Maine. A zoning ordinance is a legal document, nothing else. It's not hard to find out minimum lot size, it's not hard to find out setbacks. But if you want to get into the weeds with accessory structures, it's complicated. Plus, the law in Maine is decisions like the decision made this last year supplement ordinances. So if you're a lawyer and you read an ordinance, you need to read it in the context of cases, similar cases that have talked about similar terms. And you have a case that is exactly dead right on point. And if you read it carefully, the biggest factor the law court had was the size of the building. It's the same as the first building. And no, you can't change that with building restrictions.
Mr. Nagle,
I guess our attorney would agree, disagree with you.
Yeah, I was gonna say
on that.
we might want to attorney that
In terms of the guidance he gave us, I also disagree with your point that where the rubber meets the road in this room, expecting us to rely on a state Supreme Court decision to make future permitting decisions is ludicrous. It'll result in nothing but inconsistent and illegal decisions from this day forward. That's why we revised the ordinance, because that's what we have to go by, not, a state, that's why there's attorneys, right? To know what state Supreme Court decisions have changed case law. Not for town lay board members like us to know what the Supreme Court's done in the last 25 years. And that's why I said early in the meeting, it's very important for us to refresh our memory on what the ordinance says and how it defines an accessory dwelling unit, an accessory structure, because that is, I agree with you, that is the key issue here.
And thank you. We both agree with that. And I think the nuts and bolts of your definition doesn't really change much from the old definition, unless you're worrying about things like residential dwelling unit, which oh, your new business, sorry. Incidental and subordinate. Those are the principal terms.
where are you reading from, Mr.
I'm
Nagle?
reading from the definition on page 52 of accessory structure or use.
In the ordinance.
In the ordinance.
The new definition that your attorney drafted.
Yeah.
To address the law court case. A use of structure which is incidental or subordinate, or structure given its size, design and purposes, complements but does not duplicate the functions of the principal use and structure. So at least from what I've heard, the new structure is going to be used for sleeping. That certainly duplicates the old building.
Not in the magnitude of,
Excuse me?
not in the magnitude of that. Then in the principal structure is 3 bedrooms. That's why I was asking the number of bedrooms. The number of bedrooms in the principal structure is 3. The one in the new structures that are being proposed is 2.
Well, all due respect, I don't think removing a wall between a bedroom and a hallway
That used to be a bedroom, they're gonna knock that off and it's not a bedroom anymore,
Well-
according to the applicant.
Do you have a definition of bedroom that says it needs to have walls with a door? I don't think so.
I think it's kind of a given, isn't it, for the
Excuse
bedroom?
me?
Isn't that kind of a given with a bedroom? Have you ever had a bedroom that didn't have walls in the door? I have, I've never.
Well, what if they put two beds out in this open space they've left on their plan?
Well, I have people come to my house and they sleep in the living room and
First time
they put, sleep bags
Yeah.
in the living room
So then there'll be more people sleeping there than the ordinance allows.
for a week.
Ordinance governs
Doesn't,
bedrooms, not beds.
So here's another way of looking at this application. They want 2 bedrooms, a garage bay, and something else, I can't remember. Bath. And they built a building approximately with twice as much floor space as it was necessary for those items. We have all this dead space throughout the house. And I think the question you have to decide, if they came to you with nothing there. And they say we want 2 bedrooms and a garage bay and a workspace, I think it was. And we're gonna build it with twice as much floor area as it needs for these functions.
We certainly will look into that. And I'm listening to everything you're saying and recording in my mind for sure.
So I guess,
I'll be taking that into consideration.
But we-
And I wanna let you know that when we received the court mandate, we extensively talked to our attorney about how to respond in order to amend our ordinance and make sure that we comply with the court order.
Wait, Sarah, are you saying we're gonna take into consideration floor area? Cause that's.
No,
that's not-
I'm saying I'm ensuring to him that I'm listening to all he's
Yeah,
saying.
okay, I thought you said we were gonna take that into
But
consideration.
also I'm telling him that we went through this discussion with the court order and our lawyer to understand how we needed to amend our ordinance in order to comply to court ruling. We had specifically about this topic, about the footprint, we went over and over in this same room, this board. People against people in this same board stretching our heads about this and talking to a lawyer. And this is all these are recorded and is in the public view to listen to it and to review it. Same thing you are alleging, it was discussed in this board. I mean, we were to our ends on it.
I have,
Especially because our ordinance now is viewed by the rest of the state to move on forward in shoreline zone. Now you go, I don't know, you have gone to north of Augusta here, up in Greenville and so on. A garage is usually 3 times the size of a house. So I don't know who's gonna enforce that up there.
all due respect, I don't. What someone else did in another town, I don't think is that important.
It is because the shoreline ordinance for the state of Maine basically is the same to everybody.
Well,
Then every town adopted, and sometimes the towns go into making it more restrictive.
all due respect, ma'am, they're not all the same. They're all,
They're not all the same, but because in general, there's one rule from the state of Maine.
yeah,
And from there, we have the guidelines to go on to forward in each town. So I wanna let you know that all that you have discussed tonight, we have gone through all this thing in our board already. We
And I
are very
understand
well
that.
aware.
and what came out of it is a new definition, which is what we all need to struggle with. And all the discussions that led up to it aren't part of the definitions.
So we look into that with the guidance of our lawyer, and that was the best that we came up with.
So I think just to make a point that's in the memo, the beam accessory
what
structure,
page do you want, please?
I'm on page 5. So the beams had an accessory structure bunkhouse approved in January. Some of you may have been on the board and approved that.
January what year?
this year.
2024.
So that was 2 years
December
ago.
2024.
Okay.
And so on page 4, you'll see a comparison, and let me just show you, I just put these pictures. in. This is an application that Mr. Bean filed.
Don't look at me, it wasn't this being, no, you just wanna clarify.
Would you like to look at it, sir?
Sure. Thank you.
I'm sorry for making an assumption. Let's say about something. So, this is the application, a part of the application. With the Bean family, I'm not sure which one. Filed with the planning board and you approved it in December, not that long ago. 24? Yep.
I'll stand corrected, my name is on here.
Okay, either way. So you can see. On this picture. First page. The location of the bunkhouse. See its footprint. And it is about half the size of the footprint of the existing house. What we do not know. Because the Jones have not provided it to you. Is how does the footprint of their existing house. Compare to the footprint of the house they want to build. We don't know what the footprint of their primary residence is. And I think you need to know that. Before you can decide if this is the same or a different size.
It is 2,072 square foot, because I did go verify that number.
Right.
Yeah, and that's right on the
I'm
first.
sorry, it's 1976 plus the 96.
That's just from their application.
Yes,
That's
it's
what
on
I
the
know.
first page of the
I
application.
verified these figures.
You went and measured the footprint of their existing building.
I just said I did twice, yes.
Twice, okay. So it's how big?
And it's on the application.
1976.
Okay.
And while
So
we're trying to,
okay.
while we're clarifying things here. You say the Bean bunkhouse is 660 square feet of floor space, that's not accurate. That is from these plans you sent out, that's the footprint. Their floor space would include a loft inside of that building. And that building also includes a refrigerator.
Right.
There's a plumbing hookup for an ice maker.
It has a refrigerator?
There's a plumbing connection for an ice maker in a cubby.
And if that's what the Jones wanted to build. This wouldn't have that problem.
But that would violate the cooking facility.
Yeah.
Judy, please, would you wait to be recognized? I didn't interrupt your presentation.
Yeah, you actually out of order, that's my call, but that's okay. That's good, you wanted to speak?
No, I was going to note that we aren't applying for that because that would violate the definition of no cooking facilities.
Good.
But there is in this drawing on this materials just handed out, what appears to be a sink. And as I understand from Mr. Rasmussen, there might be some plumbing hookups for an ice maker. I don't know, because this application is not pertinent to your decision on the pending application filed by the Joneses. Thank you.
Yeah,
I'm just giving this to you to show you what. An accessory structure looks like.
well, this accessory structure also violates, because it has a sink and a sink is included in the cooking facilities.
All due respect, cooking facilities is not relevant. Other than in your definitions.
So I guess we need to rescind the Beans.
So. I guess I want you to look at the big
They need to
picture.
like,
One person at a time, please.
If someone came to you and said, I wanna build a 2-bedroom bunkhouse. Just like the Beans did. And I wanna have a garage bay. And workshop. But we're gonna build it on 2 different floors. Half of the floor space on each floor is not gonna be used for any of those purposes. Would you say, okay, go ahead, build a building with lots of extra floor space?
The board is not usually posed with those kind of questions, Mr. Nagel. The board is posed with, what we see week after week is an application. The applicant just have to fill this front page and provide the information that is asked in the application. And then we go through the fact, understanding that what is the applicant is presenting and so on. If we all agree we are ready to go to finding of facts, we do that. But we don't have these hypothetical considerations about other applicants. We go one application at a time. So I do take, and I'm sure the board will take in consideration what you have presented here. That's thinking in our heads, but we don't answer questions of theoretical applications and so on. We really appreciate I personally extremely appreciate your package. And I think it will be worth it to have this in the record and for the public to look at. And sincerely, also appreciate you taking the time to come and reignite to the board the history of this particular situation.
Okay, well, one last point. What really bothered me last time when I was here was how much control the code officer had over the planning board. The code officer did all the talking and was defending his blatantly improper decision.
That
What I don't understand is when the Jones filed an application that didn't show critical information, why the town code officer became his agent. The role of the town people is to review applications. It's not to go out and do field work that the applicant failed to do. Why didn't someone in town hall say, Mr. Jones, you have contrary information in your application. Why don't you hire an engineer to go out there and measure these foundations for us?
Mr. Nagel, I appreciate your opinion.
Well,
If
biased.
you have issues with the way the CEO works, you can go and talk to the town manager tomorrow.
Okay, but
Thank
he
you.
obviously has a bias.
This is
Favor
this
of
is
the
a
town.
session, I'm not in favor of anybody. This board is gonna guide itself by the ordinance of this town, and that's all we have to go through, nothing else. Whatever the decision was done in the court, it's already done, they have moved through the system. Our lawyer already have guidance into amend our ordinance to be able to be in compliance with the court decision. We have done all that. This board has an ordinance to go through, rules to go through. The work of the CEO is something that if you want to review that, you can go and talk to the town manager. We are here to look at the application that is presented tonight, and we give you the time to speak, to have your word on it.
But then.
You have anything else to say regarding this application?
Only that we haven't seen the drawings or whatever else the code officer did.
The pact, there's no drawings that he did. He just measured the footprint to double check the application. And that's something that I didn't require. I didn't ask for it. He did it on his own as he received the materials. It was probably a good idea because he reconfirmed what the footprint is, as there was questions about that. I didn't ask him to do that. He did it on his own.
It's actually.
And that's part of the court enforcement operation. That's all I gotta
It's not like
say.
he measured before the application was completed.
I don't know about when it was done, Mr. Nagel, and I'm not gonna debate that. Do you have any other questions or things to supply related? The application is in front of the board tonight.
Only for registered exception. Once again, we have a code officer who is clearly biased. in favor of the application. His comments tonight show that. He argued many of the points I made and none of the points Judy made. So we have a code officer who's biased in favor of the Joneses, and he is giving you information. And bias is really a troubling thing.
So I really appreciate you bring that forward. The good news for you is that the code enforcement officer is not making a decision on the application, it's the board.
But he's providing critical information to the board.
So what do you want? You want the board to go and measure that when this is a volunteering board?
I want you to tell the Jones to go out and measure that because they're the applicant.
I believe it's the code enforcement's job to measure, to confirm measurements. It's stated.
It's part of my job,
Yeah,
is
it's
to
part of your job.
verify facts.
When we look at the
So every
application,
application that comes in, did you go out and measure the beans footprint?
That's the Mr. Bellavance right next to you.
With all due respect, I don't think that's proper. When you get
I
a building,
verified the distance of the septic field from the waterfront. I verified the size and shape of the buildings. I verified everything that this ordinance requires me to verify. I am not
we
Mr.
just have to take your word for it. We don't get to see your calculations.
As I said, Mr. Nagle, and this is the last thing I'm gonna say about this, you have any issues with the job of the code enforcement, you can go and talk to the town manager tomorrow morning, because he reports to the town manager, not to me. And with that, if anybody in the audience have anything else to add on, to the application that we have in front of us today, it's the last chance.
Thank you. I don't want to delay this. I know that you already have spent an awful lot of time on this, and I know you have another matter to address after. So I appreciate you letting me respond to a few things. I also don't want to belabor this suggestion that Mr. Rasmussen has not been admirable in his job, because that's not my observation. And I would note that he himself corrected some of my mistakes that I made with regard to the statements as to the primary building, because I've never been there. So I appreciate his correcting that. I want to go to the definition of accessory structure, which Mr. Seal also suggested we remind ourselves on. And it was amended since the law court decision to attempt to get more clarity, and I do think there is more clarity there. And I think the fundamental importance in your new definition is that whatever is put into the accessory structure does not duplicate the functions of the principal use and structure. And that's what this application attempts to assure will not happen. Mr. Nagle has made comments about the necessity of the applicant's desires. He's made comments about the number of people who might go into the house. He's made comments about the number of beds. Your definition does not discuss whether or not your aesthetic decisions for your house should inform my aesthetic decisions, as long as I comply with the ordinance. This ordinance requires us not to duplicate the uses, and the application is steadfast in its efforts to do that. Mr. Nagle complains that the application is not complete. The application has the septic system attached to it as part of your packet, which addresses the natural resources issues that you're concerned about and the larger issues. You know that when you vote, you have the 8 things that you have to talk about in terms of whether the application will maintain a safe and healthful condition, whether it will result in water pollution, whether it will result in the proper disposal of wastewater, whether it will have any adverse effect. You have what you need to answer those questions, the application and the septic system. I really appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
One last question, please.
Sure.
Did the DEP approve this?
The ordinance?
Yeah.
Yes.
Any other questions from the audience? Mr. Sid?
And I would just ask I know you're relying on representations, but the representation of how many bedrooms need to be verified in the primary residence.
I agree.
how many laundry rooms there are in the primary rooms, primary building. And because I think it was represented that there isn't one. So I think all of those things that you asked for clarification, you need to have answered, so we get the correct information on the record.
I agree.
And I think you should also see if there's a work area in the existing residence. Because if there's a work area in the existing residence, then they're duplicating it. By
Now-
adding another work area, they're already duplicating bedrooms. This is your definition, you
Yep.
can't duplicate stuff.
Yep.
I'm
I was-
pushing out that they're duplicating bedrooms. And they're maybe duplicating work areas. So, according to your definition, this building is not an accessory structure.
So, I was telling you at the beginning of the session that I was kind of putting kind of a short note on the information that I do have, and what I'm gonna do. Can you put something from if I send it to your email, show it in the screen? If I send you a picture via email, can you receive email there in that computer?
No.
No. So anyways, let me see if I can put
Actually, there is an email address that I could get to, but there are.
So, I just came with this concept as I was walking in here about putting a visual for the board and something that before the board start delivering and whatnot, that we all can agree on the numbers that I'm putting together. Now, definitely, from my perspective, I don't know for the rest of the members of the board, having a footprint, a drawing that shows exactly what is in the principal structure, be a great source of information and record for the board. I'm not sure if in this case, we are allowed to do a site visit,
Of course, we are.
okay? So, I will also suggest to the board, to consider a site visit. So, let me see if I can get this up first for all of you.
Sarah, while you're doing that, could I ask
Sure.
the applicant a question?
Sure, please go ahead.
I just want to follow up on something Mr. Nagel mentioned and I failed to earlier when I was asking questions. It has to do with that, the comment in blue on the site plan that at some future point, the southeast corner will be reduced in size, and I don't know what that means.
Thank you. I appreciate that you raised that because I did mean to answer that. Mr. Nagel expressed some confusion as to what that might mean, but as he mentioned to you, there's a boundary dispute pending in the Superior Court brought against the Joneses by the Stiffs. You've seen a survey that he's put in his packet by Mr. Bombahook, and you've seen the surveys relied upon by the Joneses as the site plan. And there's about this much space, that's metaphorical, but a very small amount of space at issue. And if the court concludes that Mr. and Mrs. Stiff's survey is correct, then a tiny little piece of the building would have to be removed. If the Joneses survey performed by Vern Penny is correct, then a tinier portion of the building would need to be removed. We don't know the outcome of that, but it was put on this application to be clear that we weren't ignoring the fact that that corner of the building is in play. If, depending on the outcome of that boundary dispute, a portion of the building would need to be reconfigured, that would require a building permit. Which would mean somebody would have to come before you and say, okay, we have to take this much of the building off, or we don't.
Demo does not require a permit.
Right, but we have to if we have to take something off, we'd still have to seal the building up.
Well,
So,
in terms of, anyway, thank you very much
But
for
I-
that.
and I
In terms of what's
appreciate
before us
that.
today, this is kind
It
of
was specifically there,
inconsequential.
it was there to acknowledge that.
I mean,
there
I
was that
understand
issue
it's
because
important to
we
all the
knew-
parties, but in terms of our decision making on this
Of
application, it's
course,
not.
it was placed there to reinforce that the Joneses were mindful that the stiffs proceeded.
Sarah, may I follow up?
Go ahead, please.
And this is a question for all parties, both parties, and I also would make a suggestion that we ask the people that are online if they have any comments to make, that they would like to make, just so we don't exclude them. But the last we had heard from our attorney, and this would have been early this year, that you folks were, this is a process question. I mean, I obviously know the answer, the ultimate answer, but it was our understanding you folks were in negotiations on what would come before us as a new proposal. Given that the Supreme Court had essentially vacated the other. That
That's false.
apparently didn't happen.
That's false.
That's false.
We tried to negotiate after the decision came down, they just refused.
There's
I'd rather stop impugning everybody's,
there's nuance to that answer.
anyway, the negotiations failed. Is that
We
correct?
had no negotiation.
Never mind. I forget my question.
We made some offers and they never responded to any of them. That's not. an-
Never mind. I shouldn't have asked.
So,
Make one last point, could you guys consider asking your attorney to get involved? Because the last time. The attorney wasn't involved soon enough. And we
In your
spent,
negotiations?
no, in this review and approval or denial of this application. Because had that happened last time, we would have saved tens of thousands of dollars. And just for the record, there's a separate lawsuit still pending on, because that deed, in addition to they're building a foot and a half closer to the line than they should have. The deed covenant says you can have a residence, a garage, and a boathouse, period. So if you determine this is a bunkhouse, it will violate the deed covenant. So, there's a lot up in the air and I'm frankly surprised we're here before you, before that decision has been made. Because you might approve this and then a judge in 6 months may say, I'm sorry, this thing isn't a garage. And it's prohibited by the deed covenants.
I will say to that, well, once again, I will say to that, I cannot foresee the future, Mr. Nagel. I really want both parties to understand that as a planning board, we're trying to do the best we can to honor people's land use and their needs and their visions for the land. I cannot submerge my board into court decisions and court fights that are happening right now. I understand the situation, I feel for both parts. But here, the board, what we're only trying to do is to it's a processing board. We get the application, we read it, we see if it matches to the ordinance that we have in town and all the residents agree on. And if it passes through the ordinance, it passed. What happens later will come later. So we're just trying to do our job by the rule that we have. What is happening out of the circumstances or our bubble of life, I cannot control that. I cannot accept that as information to make a decision. The application is what we go through and the ordinance is the rule. That's all we can handle. We cannot handle more than that. And I would love to go to law school and get into this deal. It fascinates me. I appreciate that you came here and give all this information to our board to refresh all this up and to make us alert of the importance of our decisions. So I really appreciate all that. I think, any other, issues that are outside from this application is something that we can now bring to the board. Mr. Stiff, I will honor your request to get that in the record, what is actually in the principal, home. And make sure that we have a accurate and visual record from the board, what is the accessory, place now. I'm sure that we're gonna be able, if the applicant allows to take pictures, we're gonna record that, make sure that that's all in the file. And I will invite you again to come over if we don't finish tonight on the decision to stay in tune with this. I can assure you that this board under my lead will make the best decision possible. It might not be a decision that either part like, but we're gonna stay with the application, with the information that we have in the application, what is real out there, and by the ordinance. And I can assure that to the people online too. Right, you have my word on that.
Thank you.
Any other questions, any other concerns, please bring them up now in writing. We love all of them. And other than that, I'm trying to send this email to see, I want you to guys see this before everybody leave
I
today.
do wanna make sure there isn't already a work area in their existing principal residence. Because if there is a work area in the existing principal residence, then they are duplicating it. Which means it's not an accessory structure according to your ordinance definition. It complements but does not duplicate the functions of the
So
principal.
I will show you what I have.
Question.
Sarah,
Go ahead, please.
I don't have any disagreement that you should have a footprint drawing of the original structure. A site visit, I think, would be helpful, and anything you ask of us. What I don't see in the ordinance is a suggestion that there is only allowed to be an work area. There's nothing in the ordinance that says there can only be one bedroom. There's nothing in the in the ordinance that says there can't be a sewing room and a craft room. I mean, that I think that we're trying to impose an aesthetic and personal use standard that isn't expressed in your ordinance. What you need from us, we will get to you.
Sure. Now, the rule of the ordinance, what it says is that we cannot duplicate.
Right.
Right? So certainly if there's a laundry room and we have another laundry room, that's duplication. So that, you got it, the email? It went through?
Sarah, I'm missing something, I think. Where in the proposal is there a work area? I see a playroom, but I don't see anything identified as a work area
On
in
their
the site
new
plan.
application.
What's that?
On the new application.
On the application, but here's Sarah's email.
You got it?
Before we go down this rabbit hole of work area. We need to define what a work area is. Is this where you do build birdhouses, or is this where you use a library and study on you? There are different types of work.
Why?
And to say our ordinance, we govern the number of bedrooms, not beds. We govern subsurface wastewater controls to cover the number of bedrooms that are allowed. The ordinance does not limit how many bedrooms, just that there must be sanitary, subsurface wastewater. In no way does it govern any uses of the buildings other than principal and accessory.
And I'm gonna
Okay,
object to the code officer making arguments. for
May I
the
raise your hand,
applicant.
Mr.
We're
Nicholas?
basing this on our ordinance. We're not basing this on
Okay,
what
your
you're
ordinance says you
persuading us
can't
to follow.
duplicate. Bedrooms. Isn't that a duplication?
Well, we wrote the ordinance, so we're,
No, you
yeah,
didn't.
we're very well familiar with what's in your ordinance.
Okay, so.
Yeah, then you can have a bedroom in a principal house and a bedroom in an accessory
According
structure.
to your ordinance.
As long as it's not more than there's in the.
It just can't duplicate the general purposes of it.
That's not what it says.
That's what we wrote. Yeah.
So,
I'll go by the
Mr.
definition.
Neighbor, okay,
And work area is not.
I'm trying to
Ordinance at all.
Okay, I'm trying to move, please, I'm trying to move the group to at least a spot of consensus. This is the chart I put together tonight, right? We know that the principal structure has 2,072 square feet. We're gonna verify that in the planning board visit. The A is for accessory, that's the square footprint right now, 1,174. Okay, bedrooms in the principal, we have 3. In the accessory, we are doing 2. Is that correct,
That's the application.
Mr. Stiff?
I guess we think there are 3 bedrooms in the around.
Well, the site visit will confirm this.
Plan confirms this too.
Yeah, and the plans said so.
All
So,
due respect, you've got a bedroom, you tear down a wall, it doesn't make it not a bedroom.
we understand that, we understand your perspective on that, but that, we have to go by what is in the paper, in the data, and our site visit. So, bathrooms, principal, 1, accessory 2, and that's in the
I
principal.
had said 1, I believe Mr. Rasmussen said there's 2.
And the
I'm not
principal,
sure.
This should be a draft because
Right.
this implies that we're drawing conclusions. And-
Right, and-
And first off, we haven't concluded it's an accessory structure. Secondly, we haven't confirmed what's in the current existing primary camp or house. So this is,
Can we see this document?
I just put this chart together, trying to arrange and foster consensus, okay?
Can we
It's not
see
that
it,
it's,
please?
you're seeing it right now, it's all I have right now,
Can't honestly read it from here.
you cannot read it.
Well, no, I'm sorry, but
Sarah, I do think we need to be able to provide them a copy of
A
this
copy of it,
because it's a public record
right,
okay?
and they have a right to see
So
it.
this is only, I mean, this is nothing official, this is my draft on what the discussions went about tonight, and for at least for me to make a decision, it will be important that at least what was considered previously as an accessory, these are the number of things that are there. And I was willing to move my computer here for Mr. So you can see it.
see, you've already concluded it's in.
No, I'm not completely anything.
I
Are
can
you
see
seeing,
it.
are you seeing what we seen? I just put in what we seen here as
Just
as
table it,
a,
just find out the details of
Huh?
the primary.
You assumed it was an
Or
accessory.
go forward and see if this is application is complete.
okay. Let's take this down then, because Mr. Nail cannot agree on this
Strike it.
and strike it out. You don't wanna agree to that, so we will do that.
Now,
when we
should
visit.
should we table this until we find out exactly what's in the primary?
We should. That will be my conclusion tonight.
What about the site visit, we said,
Then we pull our calendars and see when we can do a site visit.
I also think we should give the people that are online an opportunity if asked if they have any questions or comments.
Okay,
They've been excluded so far.
Mrs. Bayless. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. No, I have no questions at this time.
Mrs. Stiff.
mute?
You got to unmute, we cannot hear you.
Carolyn?
She may have walked away.
Or
I don't think so.
Shit,
So my
sometimes,
understanding right now, nothing's going to be done as far as this permit. You're doing more research.
Yep.
To get the information to make an informed
we
decision.
need, I personally myself, I need a print, hard copy of what the principal structure has for bedrooms and so on, the inside of the place. And then also we would like to do a site visit.
And is that something you're gonna ask the applicant to do?
To do what?
To give you a floor plan for their existing structure?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't hear you ask them and I, again, don't think it's on. I don't think it's proper procedure for the code officer to be doing that.
No, I'm just asking the lawyer of the applicant,
Ms. Metcalf, I'd be happy to provide a footprint drawing, and we'll prepare it in a way that we assure that it's accurate.
and when that is done, it will be sent to this office here, because I'm not here working in the town office and the CEO office. That's usually channeled through the CEO, and the CEO is the one that collect all the information. And again, if you have any issues with his performance or how you feel about his performance as well, you have to talk to the town office, to the
To
town manager.
complain to the town manager or the select board. I just want to highlight that the second time we have a biased code officer arguing for the applicant.
And I told you
I
already that this is
disagree.
your
100%.
opinion. And, I mean, the town office doesn't work for me, it works for the town manager. So,
Not only
and
that,
this is
Hunt's
not-
done nothing above and beyond the Joneses, he's done strictly what he, you know, his job description.
And this, and Nick, this is not the place to.
No, I know, I'm just saying, I mean, if he's gonna say he's saying, I disagree, for the record.
I do too.
Design
So
it.
that said,
And,
well, I'm sorry, Mr. Steve.
I think the point that may be missed is not that, Mr. Rasmussen is not doing his job. That's not the accusation. The issue is his role and your role is to verify as opposed to create. So when it comes to asking for information, even when you go out on site visit, you're out there to verify as opposed to create the information that supplements and adds to the permit. The permit should come from the owner that is wishing to build something. So that the owner is the one that needs to generate the information as opposed to put the burden on Mr. Rasmussen or on the management.
Nobody put a burden on me. I'm operating for accuracy here. Because this has been gone around
Right, and-
2-3
and-
times. I want this to be the last time,
Right.
okay?
But I did hear that it was your numbers that made it onto the permit. In terms of the.
If I buy an inaccuracy, I make a correction. Do you want me to do something less?
No, except it wasn't noted as a correction on the application. That is, I think that is my attorney's perspective.
When we do that right now, that is noted as a,
Let's take
as
it.
something that you verified. We can use
We're
that
gonna
to,
verify it on the site visit again, so
okay.
you can make all the notes you wish.
is there some reason you can't ask the Jones to give you the information based on their engineers and then he can verify it?
Can we,
It's time to move on. with
yes, I think so too.
Ms.
Can
Horst.
we, just for, add things clear and transparent? Can I ask the lawyer of the Joneses to, verify the present square footage?
That we're going to provide you a footprint drawing of the original structure
And-
and reflect the footprint square footage.
Okay,
Thank you again.
And the different uses inside.
Right, and there'll be a site visit and we will get a list of the present uses
okay.
in the existing structure.
Could you also do new measurement of the footprint of the existing structure? Because your application has 2 different pieces of information about it.
We don't believe that there is any error on our application, so I don't see any reason to do it again.
Okay, just read my memo.
Listen,
So-
I just want to clarify this because I don't think I've heard this right.
Correct.
Are you getting a footprint of both the primary and the accessory structures? Or is it just the accessory?
Can we do both?
Both.
Just,
We
just,
have to, because the way because of this
But-
vague,
Yeah.
Supreme
I-
Court.
I-
It,
Yeah,
it
I
depends
just-
on what the primary is, so we need to know the primary to determine whether it's duplicating.
That's why I asked the question, because I would think you would need.
Right.
So,
can you, even when it's a repetition, can you supply both, please? Okay, and it's right here, it's in
Right,
the
and the
bottom,
first page of the application,
The
it
bottom.
says what the footprint of the primary is.
Yeah.
It says what the footprint of the proposed building is.
that's right,
We will provide you that. What you also don't have is a complete sketch of that footprint for the
Primary.
primary.
that's right.
You pointed that out, and that was a very good point. It only shows a box, part of a box. You should have the whole box.
Sure,
So
and
we'll
I,
get
and I
that.
wanted the inside, how the primary structure looks
Right.
inside.
I've written down footprint, site visit, and list of uses. If there's anything else you need, we're happy to provide it.
Okay, what, let me see if I can get this,
I've written
Oh.
footprint singular, mindful that is
So-
out to all the
so,
buildings,
you
but
see
if
this-
you'd like
this-
to add an S to that for my own notes, I'll do that.
okay, listen. This print with the, we thought it was an accessory structure, we had not determined that yet. This print of that second building that you guys added after the primary, I want exactly a print of that, of the primary structure.
Exactly, I understood that's what.
With
you meant.
the insides of it, where the walls are, where, and then what each area of the primary is,
Okay.
all
So
right?
not, so an interior, like a sketch of, thank you for that clarification, I hadn't understood that. I
Okay.
thought you just wanted the footprint, but we'll get the interior wall configuration as well.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
thank you.
Which
So
we almost never.
that,
Require.
Right,
okay,
exactly.
Application, but.
you are okay with that request?
Well, I just wanted clarification.
Sure,
to make
sure.
You're getting the information that you're really looking for.
Okay.
And I think what you just said was, and I don't think it was understood.
I'm glad you picked that up, because I didn't pick that up, and I was, we would, reconcile that. Now, Mr. Stiff, if there was a misunderstanding between what our CEO did or didn't do, and it didn't came out in a right way to you, I personally apologize for that. As I said, we are a processing board. We usually come here and look at the application. I particularly don't have to deal with opinions or perceptions of any of our performances. So in any way or fashion, if you guys were offended or see something that was not appropriate, I apologize. If there anything else that you want us to fix or get lined up correctly for next time, please let us know. But any things related to the CEO office or their dispatch have to be deal with the town manager. All right, so that said,
Sharon intended to do that.
Excuse me, this is Carolyn Stiff, and I wasn't going to say anything, but I would if I could.
go ahead, please.
So I want to thank you all for just the last 2 hours allowing us to present what has been a very difficult process. And I will tell you, we are not litigious people. We are praying people. We're a people of Christian faith that want to reconcile and want to find solution to something that has been very difficult. And I just want to thank you for hearing what our attorney has to say, his hard work, and for being fair-minded people. I'm born and raised Maniac from Hallowell. Been out at the lake since 1963, and it's a special place, and Maine's a special place and a special state, and kind of protecting our area is what's been paramount. And I just want you to know that it's from sincere heart, and we thank you so much.
Very sweet.
Yeah, I very thank you for your words, Mrs. Steve, and I can assure you that this board will do everything in our power to accept all the data that we need to accept and to rule this application to the word of the ordinance and to the guidance that we have given by our lawyer in this situation. And I look forward to see this settled in a good way for all parts. You have my word on that.
Thank you.
So that said, any other comments from the audience?
No.
So I will entertain a motion to table this application. Oh,
Make
next
a
time.
motion to table the application.
Oh, wait a second, I'm sorry. We need to decide on the time for the visit. Let's open our calendars and get that time down.
I'm open.
You open next week? I'm open all next week. I don't have anything next week, actually in the afternoons. Except for Friday. Open all week.
Yeah, and
So how,
Late in the day though, right?
later in the day.
what about Tuesday?
4 o'clock.
Tuesday?
Yeah.
What date is Tuesday?
Tuesday is
21st.
21st.
I have a dentist appointment.
Are you looking to do that before or after you have the measurements and drawing that you asked me for? 'Cause I don't know when I'll be able to get that for you, my clients.
But that,
are
it doesn't
coming
matter,
From surgery.
it doesn't matter because that will be just,
Okay, as
a
long
paper
as-
record that you will send to the office here.
Okay,
Hans will put in the file and we will revisit that, but it have to be here before the Friday of the next meeting, isn't it?
That's Thursday.
Yeah, Thursday.
Thursday.
It will be, it have to be here for
Yeah,
next.
so that we have it in our board
Yeah,
packet.
and so I just, my one client's recovering from surgery, so I don't have as much access as I usually do to them, so I don't wanna get you what I said I would get you, but I just need to deal with the
I mean, if
logistics.
that doesn't work out, I would suggest we not reschedule this until we have that information.
Speaking of scheduling, I have commitments on this first and third Thursday in November. Other commitments. So if you reschedule it for December, there won't be an issue.
Yeah, that's even better, I think.
We have to do it as.
We've heard enough.
Hopefully this weekend.
I mean, we have a timeline we have to stay within in the ordinance. I don't remember it off the top of my head, but.
You can join via Zoom.
I think we just need to offer a reply within 35 days and
Yeah.
we're working on it, so. While it's in. the
Like I said,
reply,
I would invite, the applicant to weigh in on that.
Well, it may take that long to give the measure.
Well, and I don't know if it would take long or not, I just wanna be able to ask them since they'll be doing the work.
So you said that you are available on the Thursdays of December, the first and the second.
In November, November,
You're not available.
I am committed on the first and third Thursday in November.
Okay.
I-
But in December, you're available.
And if you guys bump up against the ordinance time limit for reviewing this, we'd be happy to consent to an enlargement.
So are you okay with that? To
We
be,
would consent to any enlargement of any deadlines.
Okay.
I'm not sure we need it. If I can get the material to you ahead of time, I just need to check with my clients.
Okay, so can we agree then that possibly the next meeting time will be the first Thursday in December?
Okay.
That works? So to do the site visit, you guys wanna do it next Tuesday?
Let's see, a decision.
We can do it soon.
The weather is.
Do it as soon as we can.
Yeah.
Due to the weather.
That's why.
know why?
Bit the snow.
I can do Monday or
Issues,
Tuesday,
we may
whatever.
argue that.
Monday or Tuesday.
4 o'clock.
You can do it all
Yeah,
two.
either one.
Can you do-
Did we get a summary of that conversation?
It's just.
Yes. Go ahead. Simply that we were rereading the portion of the ordinance that deals with our timeline, our mandatory timeline. And we need to make a decision within 35 days of when we have a complete application. I would argue at this point, we do not have an entirely complete application because we have information coming to us that will complete that application, or at least with respect to the information we need to determine whether this is an accessory or principal
So
structure.
the clock doesn't start ticking till you determine their application is complete.
That's right.
Great, thank you.
So we agreed that we're gonna do the site visit Tuesday, October 21 at 4 in the afternoon.
George has.
George has dentist appointment, so Monday, we can do
You
Monday.
wanna do?
You know, I've been there. I've seen the building. I don't. I've done, there's a set of notes in the original project file with mine, Peter Rushton's findings from our site visit, including all the measurements that we duplicated. I really don't need to see it again.
And in this site visit, are you allowed to go inside?
No, not inside. And we're not gonna go inside this time either. I think that would be inappropriate, but I'm just saying, I don't need to see the structure. I don't need to see the site. So Tuesday necessarily. So I would go ahead and if
Monday?
I'm gonna see if I can change my dentist appointment.
No, let's do it Monday, let's do it Monday.
Do Monday.
Oh, Monday,
Yeah,
the 20th?
yeah,
At 4 o'clock.
4 p.m. I
4
think I
p.m.
can make that.
I didn't.
I already know where it is.
Sorry, George.
Hmm.
I didn't hear you say you had that dentist appointment. on
Oh.
Tuesday.
hey,
The address is 326 Sandy Cove.
Yes.
now, these site visits are open to the public, it's like a meeting, is it?
That's correct. It needs to be notified, just like a meeting.
I think there might be a
No, it's
liability.
too early, huh?
There
Like
might
it's
be
only
a
4 days.
liability issue with bringing uninvited guests on the town bringing people on somebody else's property.
Yeah, we'll have to manage that. We would have to keep them on the road or something of that nature, but
But from here, we have. only
honestly,
4
nobody's
days.
ever shown up, but
4 days, is that okay? 4 days is enough time? We should do 7 days. When I was
Just
in-
as ample notice is the.
Yeah.
The word.
if it
So
goes
they
on
have to
the
be,
website
they have to be on their website tomorrow morning.
The public gets to see everything the planning board sees,
Oh, yeah,
period. And so the planning board, in my opinion, and I was on planning board for 12 years. If you schedule a site visit, it's a public meeting,
it is.
and wherever you go, the public can go.
Mhm.
And I'm not aware of any liability issues related to that. So
Well, Go ahead, I'm sorry.
This process is supposed to be 100% transparent. That's why I asked about the conversation. So you can't have a site visit and say, we're gonna go look some places and the public's not gonna come.
We've been down this road once before with a controversial boat repair shop that handled hazardous materials and down in the village. And the way that it was handled under advice of our town attorney was that we managed how many people could go and where they could go. Just like planning board because of health concerns. And we could do the same here if we get a crowd. You know, 3 people are escorted by a planning board member around the site, brought back another 3, et cetera. Just like board members, there's not unfettered access. There's no hazardous materials on this site, but so we don't have that health and safety concern, but I think we need to manage the crowd if we get a crowd, rather than just letting them wander wherever they wish onto your property or any, whatever.
You absolutely have to lead the flock,
Yeah,
and you have to encourage them not to talk to board members in the process.
that's right. We need to avoid ex parte
'Cause I've
communication.
done lots of those site visits, we tromp all over the woods. And just with a little bit of authority, you can tell the public, follow us. If you wanna, you have to come with us.
And just as a reminder to the board members that are gonna be attending, it's really important, we just observe. That's what this is about. It's not about discussions with the applicant. It's not about discussions with the opposition. It is, you can ask questions, but no discussion that might be construed as deliberation.
Okay,
Well said.
And that must be a fine line.
And the purpose of the site visit is for what?
Is fact finding.
Yeah,
Fact
what
finding
facts?
only.
What are we disputing measurements? Are we taking measurements? Should I bring a lathe?
Can if we want.
I mean, no, I'm just trying to figure out. like,
Yeah,
you
no,
know,
I think-
there's a reason, like, because, you know, we think. You know, if there's grade, you know, setback as far as possible and, you know, but
Yeah,
this
and-
just seems to be like.
And to be honest with you, all that is already in the public record in the file for the original application. Because
Right.
Peter Rushton, who's chair at the time and left to become a selectman. And I did those measurements. We measured from as best we could tell where the property line was. It was unclear, but took measurements from the normal high water mark. We walked the entire site, including the wetland. We took measurements of the travel lane of the road, which was, its location was contested at the time, because it wasn't surveyed. The subdivision road, a bunch of stuff, where the septic system was. What's that?
You covered it all pretty much.
Well, we tried to. I mean, I wouldn't
See,
say that
what are we
was
looking for on the site visit
Yeah.
specifically?
well, actually,
We
I wasn't,
confirmed that it was more than 100 feet from the normal high water mark.
None of that has changed.
Confirmed that it probably met the setback from the property line. Although there was plus and minus there because it was a little unclear, but it was clearly far more than 10 feet.
Yeah.
Even with a, margin of error, we measured what Hans has measured in terms of the footprint, including the porch, which may have been excluded originally.
You measured from top to bottom?
No,
No.
we're not that tall.
Well, you could use a ladder. So that's irrelevant.
We didn't measure height. We didn't verify the building's height.
Should we?
I think that's what the drawings are for.
I do have,
I'm just trying to, like, what am I looking for if I.
Yeah.
to be honest with you, I was hoping to have a tour of the inside the building, but I guess that's not
No.
allowed.
Well, only if given permission. I mean,
That's good.
I've never been on a site
But
visit.
that means if we are allowed to get in the building, everybody that shows up have to be inside the building too.
Yeah, right.
That would be really
I think that's
Yeah, that'd be an intrusion.
let's put it this way. I've been on the planning board over 10 years, never done it.
So I don't know why we need it if it's already, we've already got that.
My question.
The
like, what are we
information.
going-
Well,
I think
the
there's
thing
some
with me-
benefit in getting an impression of where the building is relative to other structures, both on that property and off that property, on Stiff's property.
So,
And just getting a sense of the place, because, you know, what what the ordinance asks us to do is to make a conclusion, develop a conclusion as to whether or not this is an accessory, structure or not. Or is it a principal structure?
so for, yeah,
And, you know, we've read the definition. The definition is not crystal clear. It is not a metric. It's a, you know, it's a vague definition.
so,
And, it was even more vague before, but, I mean, it's not as vague as, in my opinion, not as vague as the Supreme Court's decision, but it is still vague. I mean, it leaves a lot to judgment and
That's fair.
impressions help with that, I would think.
so I guess probably more than anything, the point of us visiting is that the only person that had a memory, a physical memory of that place is George. And we will be relying on his memory. I want you guys to rely on.
Alright, no, that
On your
works.
own memory.
I was just, I
Sarah,
wanted to be clear.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I actually have a suggestion, not a question. So
Alright.
I did not anticipate walking into this today, but I have read the decision because I'm a lawyer and I read them as they come out. And if there is concern about the contents of the home, it seems to me that a virtual tour, such as like, if you go look at real estate listings these days, they will do a virtual tour of a home, but if this board feels that understanding the inside of the home would be appropriate, and having read the decision, I could see why that may be the case. It seems reasonable that the board might request a virtual tour, just like a real estate agent prepares. You know, so many people bought houses virtually during COVID. It seems like this information should be accessible to the board.
That's an,
If that is helpful to you.
that's an interesting suggestion. May I ask you, are you a Belleville resident?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was hoping we were gonna talk about mobile homes tonight. I just happened to come because I was interested. I had read this decision when it came out because I also happen to be a lawyer, but have no interest. I do understand though, having read the decision.
It's gonna, this whole thing is gonna change shoreline zone for the whole state. That's an intriguing suggestion. And I don't, it will be up to I will say the applicant, because this is not part of our ruling in the ordinance. It will be to the applicant if they're willing to do that, I will say.
I'm talking to my clients about the results of this meeting.
I think in that portion, are you talking back to the applicant? The more transparent information that we have, concrete information, it will be great, and that suggestion is a very good one. So you're not gonna be allowing people inside the home
Yes.
or the structure that we're dealing with. But if you take a video of the inside of it, we can quickly see what's inside without intruding. So is that a fair request?
Yeah, I mean, if it was agreed to, it would become part of the public record. I don't know what issues that might raise, but privacy and otherwise, but it certainly would avoid the issue of having a herd of people going through the house or us going through the house and.
Well, I think if anything, would eliminate completely from the suggestions that inside the walls are things that we don't know there is. So because this particular situation or this particular case had so much exposure all the way to the Supreme Court and back. If the applicant wanna do it, I would say it'd be welcome. And I think it will help in the sustaining a decision, if anything. But there's nothing in the ordinance or the application that requests that. So I just wanna make that clear. But that's a great suggestion. I probably future board boards, if we reconstruct the ordinances, might include that in the ordinance. So as it is, it's not part of the ordinance.
Well,
Any other
you
questions?
Do have authority to go inside the building if you choose to. Because it's a site visit, and what's inside the original residence is critical to understanding if anything's been duplicated.
There's a balance,
Apply for a warrant?
I don't know.
You, as the planning board, when you schedule a site visit, you have the right to go all over the property and all the buildings in on it.
I hear you loud and clear, but also on as I said before, I feel for everybody involved in this application. And I'm weighing on my own side. Do I want to let people involved in my house, inside my, like my house is a museum or something like that? So that I don't know, infringes from my perspective, I don't know the rest of the board, infringes in people's privacy. So I
I
don't know.
wouldn't feel comfortable unless, we consulted with our town attorney and he said it was, okay and something that we require, not just ask for.
You know, I will actually check that.
You know, because of
You asked
the
the
new
judge.
ordinance and the new ruling from the Supreme Court, it kind of puts us in a position,
Well,
where we
there's a-
need to know what's it, what,
Yeah,
I mean,
but
all we really need to know is bed, baths,
Yeah,
yeah,
living areas, kitchen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, how many do you have? That's all we really.
is there a
We don't
playroom?
need to know how they lay, how they decorate that house, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, what color toilet paper is immaterial to us.
I guess the point is that
Work areas aren't even listed.
if they gave us a print describing that, we wanna make,
Bedrooms, bathrooms, kitchen.
we wanna know that the information given is accurate, but I think that's out of our authority to determine if that's truthful or not. That's our job here is to analyze what is in the application. So, do you think it's worth it asking the town council about that?
Not if a, virtual, virtual tours is, possible and we're giving a drawing comparable to what's already been provided for the, proposed structure that shows each room, what its designated use is, et cetera. That's more information than we normally get.
We don't even require an accessory structure. We don't require any information about the primary, right? Other than,
Well, no, I mean, we usually get a
I mean, like.
floor drawings.
Yeah. But I'm saying
That's
not what they use for, just basic, common living.
Yeah, well, is it a bedroom? Is it a
Right,
bathroom?
right.
Does, verify, what's needed to determine whether the septic system's adequate.
Yeah, I'm just saying to ask for virtual pictures of someone's house seems a little overboard, but, yeah.
Yeah, it would be unusual, I
Well, this
personally,
case is unusual.
well, there's that, for sure, but, I personally would be satisfied with information comparable to what we've already been provided.
Yeah.
For the, proposed structure,
Yeah, layout.
and,
What do you think, Penny?
well, because of the law, like I said before.
Yeah.
How do you judge without knowing? Without.
Or we just gotta rely on the information that the applicant gives.
What is duplicative?
But
We have to rely on what.
the applicant, if the applicant lies, it's their problem, not ours.
Exact. So, I can go either way, I'm agreeable to what.
What do you think, Peter?
says.
Well, in this particular case, I think it's probably a little more prudent and to get visual. For a real estate person, go in and take the pictures and, one way or the other and just go with that. I hate to see any more detail than that, but again,
So if the applicant goes and take pictures of the rooms and put it in the file, it'd be good enough.
I think so. Yep.
Well. to me,
that alone wouldn't be good enough for me.
No, me either, because you, What are you not?
It would be a supplement to the drawing, but not a substitute to a drawing.
No,
Well,
the drawing.
Simple, yeah, right,
What we
yeah.
need.
In addition,
No, in addition to the drawing.
Yeah.
We will have the drawing, like we already asked. And on top of that, pictures of the inside.
Yeah, I don't personally think it's
Necessary.
necessary, but.
Yeah, you think we should have a vote on that? Just for the record?
Sure. Why not?
Okay.
Well, I mean, what if they don't wanna submit it?
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
We just need a layout, we need a drawing with a layout, that's all we need.
yeah, I mean, that we can require.
Yeah, that, yeah.
That
And
would,
we already have that, done that.
yeah,
but
Need a
but
layout.
again, going back to this new law we're confronted with.
Mm.
We gotta figure out what we have for different types of rooms, so, okay, we're gonna go along with the law, we can take some pictures, all right? So, see what happens. Along with, these sketches,
So how about
What I'm
I-
saying
we-
is if we require those pictures and the Joneses do not wanna provide pictures of the interior of the house. That would then what?
Well, actually,
Yeah, what's
even
our
before
report?
going there, I will ask our lawyer that that's okay to do. I don't wanna walk myself in a wrong side with anybody for that matter. So I think what we should do is take a vote and we're gonna ask for the pictures. If we do-
ask for the pictures.
Ask for the pictures. And if we actually do decide to do that, we should consult with our legal if that's okay.
Okay,
Sounds good?
we took a vote.
Mr. Seals, not
as, well, as long as the applicant agrees, and it's a request.
Oh, I can't.
But we will not do the request unless our lawyer says it's okay.
Yeah, but we've gotta put the.
Well,
cart
then,
before the horse.
what's the timing here? I mean, don't we need that at the next time we meet?
That's a month from now.
Didn't you postpone it to December?
I don't know, I did,
Yeah, we
We
agree
made a
on that.
motion, but it wasn't.
So we have a month between now
I
and
was
the
gonna-
next meeting.
I wasn't gonna postpone it till a date, I was gonna,
December.
It's the first
You
Thursday in December, we're meeting again.
you made a motion to.
before I forget everything we've talked about by then.
You were getting ready to make a motion.
I was, but not with a specific date in mind,
When you
until,
said the first
until the
Thursday in
information that we
December.
requested was submitted.
You said the first Thursday in December was what I wrote down, but.
I did.
Yeah.
It's getting late, so can we agree on this, let's make a vote on whether we want the pictures or not. And if we actually want the pictures, I will suggest to ask that from the lawyer, if that's okay, to ask that from the applicant.
But that's good.
That's fair?
And so when will we make that request of the
So,
applicant?
so I will suspect the lawyer will reply to us in the next week or so. And we'll send a letter to the applicant that the lawyer says it's okay to ask you for pictures. If they say no, well, that's where it ends.
Okay, and who's gonna write the letter and when?
I'll be doing that.
You will, okay. All right, I'll make a
So
motion.
that's understood what we're trying to do.
I understand what you're trying to do there.
Yeah, so we're gonna vote, see how the board feels about pictures. They say yes, we're gonna ask our council if that's okay to do. The council say no, and no story. Council say yes, we'll send you a letter, and your clients have the right to say, no, we're not gonna do that. Fine.
I'll make a motion that, we request of the applicant a, virtual video tour of the existing, camp principal structure.
And both of them actually.
Oh, you
Okay.
want both?
We have to compare both.
Okay, both structures, both existing
Yeah, but the
structures.
way it currently isn't the proposed, so you can't go off of what what's currently there. They're gonna make a bunch of changes, so.
Yeah, right.
Take things out.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought the focus really was on
Yeah.
what's in the, what is clearly the principal structure.
Okay, I'm shaping my words. So we got a motion. We got a second?
I second.
Okay,
Second.
the motion was on Mr. Seal, second by Mr. Sakara. We're gonna vote. Mrs. Morel,
Yes.
Mr. Sakara.
No.
Mr. Sergeant,
Yes,
Mr. Seal,
No,
and Ms. Young is yes, so it's 3 yeses, 2 noes. Motion passes. So I'll be writing a letter to our town manager to ask, this situation to, our council. If our council say no, that is there. If our council say yes, we'll send a letter to the Joneses, considering doing that. If the Joneses say yes, fine. If they say no, it's fine too.
Sir, can I make a procedural suggestion for discussion?
Sure.
I'm looking down the road here and it's gonna be quite a while because we're talking about postponing our decision making until December. But when discussing this with the town attorney, I would like to, it might be a good time to say that, get just in the way of giving him a heads up, and this is my suggestion, that once we've completed a draft findings of fact and law,
Okay.
that we ask him to review it before we make a final decision on it, before we take the final vote on whether or not to approve the permit. Many
Alright.
towns do it this way. Those towns that have the luxury of having town planners or in-house attorneys, will actually have them draft findings of fact and law. We're not one of those fat cat towns, but it might, I'm working off of a suggestion made by the opponents, that in terms of the earlier involvement of the town attorney. I don't agree necessarily that back in 2019-20, that the decision would have been any different, since it was the same law firm that represented the Board of Appeals that reaffirmed our decision. Different attorney, but same law firm. But I do think in this instance, and I agree with Hans, that third time around the horn should be the charm here.
So do we need to do a motion for that? Is that
Maybe down the road, let's see if we even.
just
Deem it-
consider today, no?
Yeah, I only bring it up now because maybe it'd be appropriate to give him a heads up. I mean.
I'll do that with the
he's-
same letter.
He's very busy. He's not always available.
Okay, so is that a motion?
No, just a suggestion.
Just a suggestion.
But I will include that in a letter that I will send him. Together with requesting the question about the pictures. Or the video tour of the principal structure.
And what is it again, in short?
Just give the town attorney a heads up that we may ask him to review
Oh,
our
yeah.
findings of fact and law,
Mm.
draft findings of fact and law.
All right, so that said, we still have to make a motion to table the application. Till the first week, the first Thursday in December.
I make a motion to postpone the application pending receipt of the information requested of the applicant and until the first meeting of December.
It's good.
You're doing great. Second.
Second by Nick. Any further discussion? Any last comments from the public? Feel good? All right, so Mrs. Morale,
Yes.
Mr. Alexander, Mr. Zakaro.
Yes.
Mr. Surgeon,
Yes.
Mr. Seal,
Yes.
and Mr. Rangel will say yes, so the application is tabled to the very first Thursday in December. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your time.
Your sidewalk is next Monday at 4 o'clock.
Next Monday at 4 o'clock.
So obviously everybody's.
Now, I don't know your your clients will be available
No,
Monday.
as I mentioned, Mrs. Jones is recovering from serious surgery and they are out of state.
So, but we can go
I'll report to
and
them.
walk in the
Just
premises,
report to them that next Monday, the 20th at 4 p.m.
all right?
And we'll make sure that someone's there.
All right,
Okay, very good, excellent.
Thank you.
thank you so
very
much.
For your time.
No problem.
Thank you so much.
Have a good night.
God bless.
You too.
Should have gone to the agenda before I left.
So, next on the agenda is actually, we're gonna take a bathroom break for those online. So 5 minutes. Ladder break, break.
Come back, yeah.
Has everyone made it on the bus now?
Sarah.
She said.
We still have a call. We can leave.
That's a good word.
Yeah, thank you.
I love watching.
I will excuse you, we have 5, what's the before, I have 4.
I keep this. I'll mess it up with the noise.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, I got two fire from Jay, Livermore, one of them sing to him. We used to work up in the mountains, got Saturday, I put my name on shoulder.
But I know Elated from.
Work from home, gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Best of your own.
But I
We're
did
fair.
that too.
Obviously, what I'm value.
Yeah, I'm doing.
Interested.
I'll be all right like that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Appreciate you guys have a wonderful night.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, we'll do my guy, what number, just started number 9 in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were off the middle road or Fall Road or. River, nice. Multi-thing.
Yeah, the 7 approved through the.
Yeah, you gotta build the roads and stuff, or they're already there, yeah.
Yeah, well, somebody else added.
Well, he's not officially. That needed to be.
Okay. Yeah, I live on Dane Lane, but I know somebody down.
He's actually.
I still like something. Okay, actually, not the state guy, I hear. All that, yeah, I'm glad he's still better. If you're. What you doing?
Never know, we're really on there.
Yeah.
Dog, is he?
Oh, we're here. Come on.
So wait, I'll read it out. Statutes. So if you look.
The other car pumps, they rent it or they just, I see it, we're going to go there every now and then.
I've only been on it when I was.
So you bought that land for Canada, you know, that.
We're all down the guy, you said you from the highway.
Were you down there? I couldn't remember.
I went down.
Where's what? What's the one built there?
It was down.
Oh.
Yeah. Going in and all of that.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah, passed away.
yeah,
Now you get rid of it. And then and I missed the.
Said it was gonna be.
This one here, I missed that.
yeah, I did too, yeah. Other than it was referenced at the time by, Gary Ford.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Then definition, so. it's gonna
There we
be-
go.
Yeah, it was a total contribution.
Yeah.
So. it even a person.
Oh, you got it in the front office, not me.
Or than
Leave it right here.
2 or more. Oh, well. Three more. Like the fellow service animals home.
Yeah.
And so there are additional protections for people who own their mobile home. Who own their mobile home but rent a lot. So it doesn't really matter if the developer
I'm just
owns the
thinking.
lot
that
and the homes.
Maybe that's out there.
It doesn't
Next time, huh?
Yeah.
What
So they pass our community utility. The work.
Who own that house at?
Well, then we're fine.
Makes sense. I know I wouldn't be here if I had to leave at 3.
You know,
But I would.
Yeah, left her alone, by the way.
They don't. Those tenants.
All that.
Yeah, I saw that. I didn't pick up on that until I saw that email.
I'm not wrong with it, he is short already. And he doesn't do it all the time.
And then.
I would like to speak with him and let me ask him.
It's tomorrow. The lawyer on the other side of that.
I wanna make sure that he feels. That he's comfortable, two sides of that thing.
Yeah, no, I mean, it would be a loss of this
Great,
next
I don't know how.
I know that he, this fall, he's been spending a lot, he and Marshall have been spending a lot of time. Their grandson is on the golf team at Maine Maritime. He's a freshman. And they went all the way to upstate New York somewhere last week, I think it was the very end of last week. And it's gotta be a 10-hour drive. I mean, think about dedication, but that's what they do. And so, you know, I'm sure that's part of it. It kind of, he probably was thinking about that on that 10-hour drive.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. A wider section of.
They did a bunch over on Beaver Bridge and.
They don't want.
Yeah.
Just.
So,
Okay, this has to it's not just like. It's like one of those like things.
In the mind.
Where it's that's mostly what Steve.
Yeah.
That is.
Yeah, I know. That's what I thought that would do, it's like, you know.
I was trying to, snapshot, we had a snapshot. And
So they could get.
it's in favor of that, so I went back and do it. That's the only way I was able to analyze this application. But I, you know, we gotta know how much, so everything, everywhere. And I go from here, so.
This is my real other than being indicated people who are drawn to certain disciplines and think differently. And I think that you do like a spreadsheet or a table that summarizes the facts is useful to me. The turbulence. It's like, you know, it's like a synapse fires or something, you know, they just can't handle it. I mean, I even see that with Becky. She's analytical, but she's analytical in a different way than I am.
Yeah. Change. And she had, I go back to. She spared me that along with this. Here we were voting.
Yeah.
I did it such a little way. But it says something, you know.
Someday.
But nobody else in the state of Maine, except for our district. How's that? So the air, incredible amount of power.
I can only imagine how other county boards, you know, in Solon or wherever, you know, are dealing with these same issues. We are, I'm sure they're struggling. I know the chairman at the Beltop, Linfield, you know, I work with others. And she said their board is just, you know, they were just going frantic. They received that Supreme Court decision.
And you go from Skowhegan up, You want to any,
Well,
any,
you know what,
any
they're-
cap-
you know
the
what,
cap is just big.
Greenfields do.
You guys merge.
They have several
Nick Lee?
it's on, and they all want to
What's
argue with
that?
each other. So in one sense, you leave it. That's my
Yeah.
conclusion.
I bet, but do you see where the corner?
No, absolutely.
I absolutely agree.
Oh, that was all recorded.
So it goes.
The rate was all recorded.
And, the record, Nixon Carl is left.
Oh, yeah. So moving forward, we're gonna go to item D in the agenda. And I just want to, as Mr. Rasmussen mentioned, we want to make sure that, the audience understand that Mr. Sakaro left the, board for the night. He has an early job tomorrow morning. He leaves at 3 a.m. So we still have a quorum. We have 4, 3 make a quorum, so we should be good to continue forward. So the next, item in the agenda is for applicant Woodruff and Bellavance Construction. Location is 42 Whiting Road, map 20, lot 1. And the purpose is shoreline zone, poor slab under existing house. I'm gonna read the details of the application. That'll be separate. So the applicant is Bellavance Construction and the owner is Donald Woodruff. A specific location is 42 Whiting Road, map 33, location lot 1. And there's a difference in the map. Is it map 20? No, it must be map 33.
Map 33,
Okay, correction on that.
the agenda was there.
That's right. And the current use of the property is residential. And the proposed construction or change of use is raised house or concrete slab for foundation and set house back on its original location. Existing sewage disposal system type and capacity is 10,000 gallons concrete tank. Or bedrooms, thank you. 360 gallons per day. It's a chamber field. Present number of bedrooms is 6. Bedrooms to be added under this application is 0. Total lot area is 33,541. Lot area within shoreline zone is 3,541. Total number of structures on the lot is 7. And the present square footage is 1,646, and the proposed square footage is 0. With that, I would entertain Mr. Bellavance. If you want to say something else or additional about the application.
I think it's pretty well spelled out. We're just gonna lift the building up and there's no foundation or nothing under it, and it's kind of squatting into the ground. We gotta lift it up for the foundation, put some new sills and set it right back down. It's just what happens is all the camps, they do this over time, and we're gonna start from under the slab and set it back down, and then it won't move anymore, it's more stable.
Excellent.
And so it's that entire big structure
Yeah, the one.
that looks daunting to me.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit more than the average one, but yeah. We can handle it.
Cause it looks like it's been a number of additions or something.
Yeah, we'll get it all, we'll slide a bunch of steel under it and I'll rig it.
Right.
We gotta go and video that when you're doing it.
Yeah, I did John Sawyer's there. Everybody saw that one.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. Everybody drives by.
Yeah. Everybody goes to the dump at some point in time.
Alright. So that said, do we have any questions from the board?
I had one
Mm-hmm.
question, and that is, well, first off, I thought G house, I assume that's a greenhouse.
Guest house, guest house.
Yeah.
It's a guest house.
Oh, guest house.
I thought the
Okay.
same thing.
Okay, I thought a greenhouse would be in the shade, what's in between? The structure you're gonna jack and the guest house,
Just land, just like maybe 10 feet of.
okay, well, maybe I should ask this question first, it appears to me the scale of this is each square or every quarter inch is 5 feet, is that right, or is that
That's
wrong?
right.
Is that right? So so it's more like 20 feet or so? According to the site plan, does that seem right?
Like,
Should
yeah, it's
be.
an odd number, but you can see the steps of the guest house. On the text map picture,
Okay,
so if the steps are, 8 and we, I mean, it's yet about 10 miles.
oh, okay, I see, all right. The reason I ask, Ron, is, we have an obligation under the,
Yeah.
requirement, consider whether or not the structure can be moved back on it, and that's why I was asking those questions. The drawing, that photo helps quite a bit.
Yeah, and there's an elevation change there, it's rising. And like you said, the house is sinking in,
Yeah,
so. It's. Hopefully gonna be,
have you been out to the site?
oh yeah,
Oh, that's right, you mentioned that earlier, actually.
yeah, I verified that all the setbacks, the 100 feet is the front of the guest house.
And they can say what they want, but Hans has been very helpful for me. With, in that aspect,
Yeah, right.
just verifying everything, helping through the process. I was very grateful.
So Hans, my assessment based on looking at that photo is there's really no room to move anything back. Is that your assessment based on?
Yeah, it was all down to see, I mean, because he's gotta have room to work. And,
Yeah.
there's, the septic tank has to be 8 feet from the house for a reason, that's so you get equipment in to service it.
Yeah.
And if you were to move this back, you're marginalizing the septic pipes that comes out of the guest house,
Oh, okay,
so.
all right. Yeah, that's not shown on the site drawing, but, yeah, okay, good, thank you.
Alright. Any other questions? Gonna move this on.
I'm not used to seeing Peter on the planning board. He was on the appeals board forever.
So I don't have, this is very straightforward.
Yeah.
It is,
Yeah,
it is.
I particularly don't have any questions. You have a deeper insight of different things. That's why the question came about, but to me, this is slam done, so we're gonna proceed with the findings of fact and conclusions of law. So, Mr. Bellins, this take time, it's kind of boring, so just bear with us, okay? So, finding the facts, the applicant of this date is October the 16th. Apply for the shoreline permit to raise a house, pour concrete slab for foundation and set house back down in the original location. The application was presented to the planning board on 10/16/2025. These findings of fact and conclusion of law were developed in conjunction with consideration of the permit application. Conclusions of law. Based upon the application materials, testimony, statements, evidence, documents and other materials submitted to, and the above findings of fact, the Belgrade Planning Board finds that the project is permitted for a principal structure use with 15A1 under sections 14, table 1 in ordinance, and further makes the following conclusions based on the applicable provisions in section 16D of the ordinance. Will maintain safe and healthy conditions. So the board found this standard was met based on public records and submittals, which we're gonna be calling from now on ERAS. So we're voting on that. Mrs. Morel,
Yes.
Mr. Sergeant,
Yes.
Mr. Seal,
Yes,
and Mr. Ranget, so it's 4 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you. Yeah.
Will not
Thank you.
result in water pollution, erosion, and sedimentation to surface waters. The board found this standard was met based on ERAS. Mrs. Morale,
Yes.
Mr. Seal,
yes,
Mr. Surgeon,
Yeah.
and Mr. Ranget, so it's 4 in favor.
Can I ask one question on that?
Go ahead.
We're gonna pour concrete.
Mhm.
That's not gonna cause, because I heard him say elevation, that's not gonna cause erosion or.
well, a couple of things on, my take on this, and I'll let Ron speak to it, self, but first off, in the application, I would note that, Ron is a certified, DEP certified, contractor with regard to soil erosion control, so, the other thing too is there will be our usual 2 standard conditions of approval. Well, one's actually kind of new. One, the first being that stormwater has to be managed. Actually, maybe that doesn't apply here.
It does, well, it's in shoreline zone, so it applies.
Okay, in accordance with DEP's best management practices. And then secondly, there's a newer one that we agreed to, that has to do with this exact kind of circumstance that
Right here.
does not allow for, well, I'll just read it, for all construction projects located within 100 horizontal feet of the normal high water line of a great pond or 75 feet from a wetland, blah, blah, blah. The project shall comply with the clearing and vegetation removal performance standards in section 1502 of the ordinance. This shall include the protection of existing vegetation under 3 feet of height, ground cover plants and leaf litter, enough layer of the forest, covering or filling of the forest floor with project excavation material or other fill not specifically included in the permit application and approved by the planning board or the code enforcement officer is prohibited, and so there's more, but that, ensures we avoid the situation we've had in some cases in the past where excavation spoils are used and filled in towards the lake and turned into lawn or whatever, and so.
And it looks like there's plenty of documentation on subsurface wastewater here that's been approved with the application.
Yeah, it's concrete chamber system in the driveway.
I don't know if Ron, if there's more that you want to add to that.
No, I usually put a stone drip line, and the way I look at it is, right now that camp has absolutely nothing holding the water back when it runs underneath and all that dirty water tries to run towards the lake. In this situation, it really can't, cause there's a berm, a natural berm before it goes to the lake. So it really can't go there, but in most instances, you have all of that unvegetated earth under these camps, and when the water goes, it just takes it all right to the lake. Better off to put a foundation, manage that with or a slab like we're gonna do with a stubby wall on it. And manage all of that with stone drainage and that type of.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about the
And
underneath.
the
yeah.
the stone perimeter, I always do a stone perimeter around for the splash and it slows the speed of the water down and that. type of-
And that would meet that standard condition I just read about the stormwater management.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
wonderful.
Alright. So number 3. Will adequately provide for the disposal of all wastewater. The board found this standard was met based on PRAS. Any discussions? No? Mrs. Morel?
Yes.
Mr. Surgeon?
Yes.
Mr. Seal?
Yes,
And Ms. Erlangen is 4 in favor, none opposed. Will not have an adverse impact on spawning grounds, fish, aquatic life, bird, or other wildlife habitat. The board found the standard was met based on PRAS. Discussion. Here none, Mrs. Morale.
Yeah.
Mr. Surgeon.
Yeah.
Mr. Seal.
yes,
And Mr. Erlangen is 4 in favor, none opposed. Will conserve shore cover and visual, as well as actual points of access to inland waters. The board found this standard was met based on PRAS. Discussion. None. Mrs. Morale. Mr. Sergeant.
Yes.
Mr. Seal.
yes,
And Mr. Erlangen is 4 in favor, none opposed. Will protect archaeological and historical resources as designated in the comprehensive plan. The board found the standard was met based on PRAS,
That's not,
and that's not applicable actually.
yeah.
Real
I
that?
agree.
No, it's not applicable. NA. So, next one will be will avoid problems associated with, floodplain development and use. The board found the standard was met based on PRAS. Any discussion? Here none. Mrs. Morale,
Yes.
Mr. Sergeant,
Yes.
Mr. Seal,
Yes,
and Mr. Erlangen is 4 in favor, none opposed. 3 pages for that one. In conformance with the provision of section 15 land use standards by vote of the board, these standards were met based on record and further as follows. So I'm gonna read all the standards first, and then we're gonna circle the ones that are applicable, and then we're gonna vote for them all at once. Minimum lot size, applicable. Principal and accessory structures,
it's not applicable here.
NA. Campgrounds, NA. Individual private, camps, NA.
Campsites, right?
Campsites, I'm sorry. Commercial and industrial uses, NA. Parking areas, NA. Roads and driveways, NA. Signs, NA. Stormwater runoff, applicable. Septic waste disposal systems, NA. Essential services, NA. Mineral exploration and extraction. You think you're gonna get gold down there?
I hope so.
You're not telling anybody, right?
So agriculture, NA. Timber harvesting and land management roads, NA. Clearing or removal of vegetation for activities other than timber harvesting.
Hold on. Are you gonna pull a tree to get your rig in there?
Those little tiny ones, but I don't think, I can't remember if any of the ones on the outskirts.
You gonna come around the garage?
I think, no, probably in between, but I think I can make it in there with without taking no big ones out.
You can clear the septic field in the garage?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I can go around it like that, yeah, but I'll take the fence down.
So this is NA. Put it applicable, just in case,
Yes.
to cover you
You
up,
can, yeah,
applicable. Hazard trees, storm damaged trees, dead trees removal. NA. Exceptions to clearing and vegetation removal requirements. NA. Rehabilitation requirements. NA. Erosion and sedimentation control, applicable. Shoreline zone stabilization, applicable.
What was that? No, that's,
Shoreline stabilization,
no, that has to do with the immediate.
No, the revegetation is applicable because all those shrubs around the house are gonna get destroyed.
yeah, we're gonna
So
take,
they're gonna have to replant
Okay.
okay,
around the house.
gotta take that back.
well, yeah,
So rehabilitation requirements are, number R is applicable. Erosion and sedimentation control is applicable. Shoreline stabilization is NA.
Cause that's like riprap or something immediate to the shoreline.
Okay. Soils, applicable. Or no, I always get confused with that one.
Typically, that has to do with if a new septic system's going in.
Yeah, he's not really excavating, bringing in 10 yards, cubic yards, he might be removing 10 cubic yards.
So that only applies if we are bringing soil. in.
Usually it's if you're introducing or disturbing,
Okay,
so.
we're
I-
disturbing,
That's applicable, yeah.
yeah, so soils is applicable. Water quality, applicable. Historical and archaeological sites, NA. Resource protection, NA. All right, so the only ones that are applicable in this question will be minimum lot standards, stormwater runoff, clearing of removal of water for activities other than timber harvesting, rehabilitation requirements, erosion and sedimentation control, soils, and water quality. So we're gonna vote now. The board found that these standards were met. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Mrs. Morale,
Yes.
Mr. Surgeon,
Yes.
Mr. Seal,
Yes,
and Mr. Longet is 4 in favor and none opposed. Conditions of approval needed to meet required Belgrade Shoreline Zone Ordinance finding in section 16D. Number 1, manage storm water runoff for new and expanded structures in accordance with section 15I of the Belgrade Shoreline Zone Ordinance and the Maine Department of Environmental Protection best management practices as outlined in the conservation practices of homeowner of publication. Such measures are to be put in place prior to the building use. So I guess you're very familiar with those, according to what we hear you talk about, Mr. Bellavance. And the next one, we're gonna check this one, which is applicable for all construction projects located within 100 horizontal feet of the normal high water line of Great Pond or 75 feet of the wetland or other water body located in woody vegetation. The project shall comply with the clearing and vegetation removal performance standards of section 1502 of the ordinance. This shall include the protection of existing vegetation under 3 feet in height, ground cover plants and the leaf litter and the dove layer which make up the forest floor. The covering or filling of the forest floor will with project excavation material and other fill not specifically included in the permit application and approved by the planning board or code enforcement officer is prohibited. Incidental damage to vegetation and forest floor during approved construction shall be rehabilitated in accordance with the requirements of section 15R5 and 6 prior to the occupation of and use of the permitted structure. The code enforcement officer shall be informed upon completion of the planting of the woody vegetation and restoration of the forest floor. This condition of approval does not apply to projects approved and located in the resource protection zone where different ordinance requirements apply. So we got that through. Now is the big approval. Based on the above findings of fact and conclusion of law, on the date today is 10/16/25. The Town of Belgrade Planning Board did approve the following shoreline permit application of this will be Belvance Construction. So we're gonna vote on the whole findings of fact. Any discussions?
Do we need a motion?
Oh, we need emotions, that's right.
Okay. I make a motion to approve, the application of Belvance Construction, for the property of, Donald Woodruff.
Wait a minute, you're not approving the application, you're voting.
Thank you, thank you.
What-
I make a motion to approve the findings of fact and law, for the application of, Belvance Construction, regarding property of Donald Woodruff.
I need a second.
Right.
All right, so any further discussion? Hear none. Mrs. Morale,
Yes.
Mr. Surgeon,
Yes.
Mr. Seal,
Yes.
and Mr. Longes is 4 in favor and none opposed.
By the way, you'll get a copy of, those findings of fact along with those, so
Okay.
you don't have to memorize it.
So, finally, with these conditions and the meeting of 10/16/25, develop these written findings of fact and conclusion of law and adopting the findings of 10/16/25. The findings of fact and conclusion of law are approved, and I signed that, and now I'm signing the permit.
Question,
Go ahead, please.
we need a motion to approve the whole application, or is that just?
No, that's only happened, we always go through that too. That only happens when we have a commercial development application. Is a separate and a subdivision application.
Subdivision.
Yeah, not in this one, not a problem, thank you for asking. Mr. Surgeon, when this is your signature.
Well, that was easy.
Yeah, well, it was quick.
Yeah,
We were just
and we
that.
appreciate that after 2 hours.
Thank you, Han.
No problem.
Yep, you're
Bobby
welcome.
was in my son's.
Yeah, I'm sure. Good luck.
It's good seeing you, Ron.
You too, thanks. Klingenstein's is gonna be next.
All right, thank you.
Next door, I got the approval the other day, so we can start the foundation anytime on that one too.
So you still gotta get it.
Yeah, I'll get the permit, I'll get everything over to you.
Yeah, tell me when you want me to know.
Anytime next week, so.
He's still down, still, and,
Nope, moved on that end of town.
oh.
Yeah, down near the pepper farm,
Oh, yeah.
off the Knoll Road, yeah,
Yeah, we know what that is, yeah.
yeah. We live down that neck of the woods now, not even in Belgrade anymore.
Are you in Reedfield or?
Manchester,
Oh,
our
Manchester.
property abuts all of Belgrade, but it doesn't, but we're not in Belgrade. I'd rather be in Belgrade, but.
You're right.
Everybody says the same thing after they
We
move.
won't hold it against you, Ron.
You can use the town beach, right?
Yeah. Take care, thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you.
All right.
So, next, it will be all business. Pesticide fertilizer and ordinance, change. I think we're gonna table that to next meeting, this is very late. And how the rest of the board feel about that?
Perfect.
Perfect, all right. So then also we're gonna approve the minutes of 9/18 and,
Can we,
10/2.
move to Tyler for the.
Well, let's do
the
that.
Order of the stack of papers,
Yeah, let's do that.
yeah, Tyler, and then.
So let's move to discussions first. So we can go over a few things, among them. A letter addressed to me related the moving into creating a draft for the warrant article for the select board for the town meeting in January. Can we go into a town meeting in January, or the next town meeting will be in July? I think that I firmly heard from Mrs. Bogle that she will need to have this warrant submitted to the front office to go to the select board then, and then the select board, once they approve it, they send it to a lawyer, and then the lawyer kick it back, and then end up in the ballot. That's what I think it goes about, but she said that mid to before Thanksgiving, it will be perfect to have this, so we have two more board meetings before then, huh?
Okay.
To get that done, if that would be the case. Now, that said, where we're standing with the dialogues with, DEP, the last I heard was that, I guess, Colin Clark got everything that,
Did.
was needed, and he replied back saying that the town has to get a map, our map expert to confirm
Yes.
the changes. So we are figuring out that, we're trying to figure it out through the records.
No, we know who it is. It's
Oh,
Aaron West, right?
Yep, it's Aaron West. It's the company from Littleton, New Hampshire.
Oh, CAI.
CAI, yep. So they were responsible for the GIS mapping, but they are formally our mapping consultant as well. There was a lot of ambiguity on that, and it's hard to catch these guys. But Aaron confirmed. He tried getting a hold of Lorna. I hope that they've spoken now. I know he tried on Wednesday, left her voicemail. There's a string of emails. Said they could do it. There seems to be a little bit of confusion as to the timing, so. We can't get a map updated until. We get the town approval.
all right,
So what I'm requesting is a warrant article be submitted to the select board to move that process forward. The communication with Laura this morning was working on a, like before and after draft, so we're all in agreement with the particular parcel. So that's something that can be done simultaneously, but they can't update the map until.
the town board, yeah.
Exactly.
Well, and that's consistent with what Rich Baker said a
Yes.
couple of meetings ago.
Exactly. Collins, as soon as he gets it, he'll sign, as soon as he gets a certified map that the town's approved, it's just a formality that he can approve within a few days. That's after the town vote, but it's
So,
important that we get it to vote.
so what you're talking about is pretty much in writing, I think. I remember reading something about Collins, and he he can get it back in 2 or 3 days.
Yeah, that's by email.
Okay,
Quick question though.
Yeah,
You have your 6 parcels here, but we know that one at the end of the road is also developed and also the proper elevation. Should we not? Move this line over to include that?
I think it's wise. I think my line is,
No, that's just short of, that's 19, lot 19D.
yeah,
Would be the next one down, and we've all seen that when it's cleared and got a septic field on it.
Right,
It's higher, than-
right, and it's also
Needed.
clearly not in resource protection.
so we can move that, you don't project moving the line over?
not at all.
Okay.
And you can see the abutting property to the south and opposing shore are green, so it's like, we're not carving out green from, big swath of red.
Right,
It's a very sensible. Illustration on that map too.
So, I still hang up on the concept, and I hope that we can clear it in the board here. I hung up in the concept that we need a written notice from DEP, I think.
No, he won't provide it, of course, so that's Colin's.
yeah,
Take is that he's not he doesn't have the authority, nor is it required for him to give written consent for this. It's-
So then I guess what I will tell you is then I don't have authority to declare that not in the resource protection area. I know that you have provided all the information and the data behind it, and that's, if you would imagine this town being in a total concert, you got the mic and you said to the town, hey, listen, I have this information and I can prove this, but who's the expert on wetlands and everything else that can be a third party item and say, Tyler is right? Where we have that third party, because nobody in the town has that expertise.
They don't.
I have a different perspective on that. I think that's our decision to make. I think we don't have expertise in a lot of things we're asked to make decisions about. We're not soil scientists, we're not, engineers. Well, you are, but the rest of
We're
us
not,
aren't.
not
And
a civil engineer.
and we weigh the evidence and the pros and cons, and if it's a permitting decision, of course, the criteria of the ordinance, in this case, the definition of resource protection and the criteria that go into it. And we have a good body of information, all indicating that this doesn't qualify as resource protection. And in addition to the ones that, in addition to what Tyler's mentioned in his memo, we also looked at inland fish and wildlife beginning with habitat mapping, and that clearly indicates there's no significant wildlife habitat there, including what normally is what results in an area along a stream or lake being classified as resource protection, and that is important. Let's see, what's the terminology Fish and Wildlife uses? High value wading bird and waterfowl habitat. There's none of that there according to their mapping, and their mapping is current. So I personally think we have the information to take a vote on whether or not we feel this should be changed, amended, updated from resource protection to limited residential.
In addition to what George said, you have an engineered site plan with elevations on it.
Right,
that you
right.
all have signed. So,
Yeah, and Tyler mentions that because it was very clear where the elevation, part of the beauty of this in that regard is the fact that this is dam controlled. And so we know what, that elevation doesn't change that much in terms of where the floodplain is, because it can't.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's just my personal opinion, but I don't feel like I need to be a soil scientist or a main registered professional soil scientist or a wetland biologist to evaluate this and draw a reasonable conclusion.
And I'll add to your point, Sarah, the analogy you gave, even if I don't have the mic, all of the data, the concrete data has been provided, so it's not an opinion, it's not open to interpretation. These are matters of fact that it doesn't meet the parameters as spelled out in the ordinance. So I don't need to present it, doesn't this. Have to pull the personal component out.
I really think, from my perspective, and I mean, Mr. Steele and I will have quite an agreement on this. I think Mr. Steele probably feels more confident into that because his background is DEP, right? I feel more narrow on it because you go for the ordinance, section 13 is the one that establishment of the districts, and A is resource protection district, and it reads the resource protection district includes the area in which development will adversely affect water quality, productive habitat, biological ecosystems, and scenic and natural values. Right there and then, you know how many classes of biology I have in college? None. So then we keep going. It says this district shall include the following areas when they occur within the limits of the shoreline zone, exclusively of the stream protection district. So there's 6 areas that it talks about. And I have hands information to knock out 5 of them. The first one is the areas within the 250 feet horizontal distance of upland edge of freshwater wetlands and wetlands associated with ponds, rivers, which are rated moderate or high value by the Maine Department of the Inland Fisheries, the MDIF and W, as of whatever was the month 2018. Do you have information on that? Do not.
Go through all of these columns.
Yeah, I know. So I'm just reading this, I'm reading this for the public, basically.
It is all
Right.
public record.
It's for the public to know that we have information about that. You knocked that one off. Floodplains along rivers defined by 100-year floodplain as designated on Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, flood insurance rate maps and flood hazard boundaries map and flood records, and in absence of these, by soil type identification, recent flood plains soils. You knock that one out too. We don't qualify for this based on those 2, because you provide information. Areas of 2 or more contiguous acres with sustained slope of 20% greater, you knock that one off too. That's not part of it. So we don't qualify here still. Areas of 2 or more contiguous acres supporting wetlands, vegetation, hydraulic soils, which are not part of the freshwater wetland as defined and which are not sufficiently connected to water body during normal spring high water. Mr. Seal in his report said that there's not such a vegetation there. 4 that are knocked off. Land areas along rivers subject and severe bank erosion, undercutting, and river movement. According to your reckonance there, that's not happening.
This is not a river.
Okay, so 5 are knocked off. Where I get hung up is in the last one, as designated by federal, state, municipal governments as natural areas of significance to be protected from development. So I don't know if the designation was federal when we end up doing that 10, 15 years ago, if it was state or municipal, or it was the 3 of them. If it was only municipal, then we have the way to vote that. But it seems to be that was paintbrushed by a federal agency, isn't it?
No.
Is that? So what's the story on that?
So the federal maps, FEMA provides their flood management risk assessment maps that are not 100% accurate for each specific piece. It is a starting point. It's what the insurance companies use for risk assessment. Our map, when we first submitted to Colin Clark and provided the data that was not forced to wetland, he did an overlay and said, well, this was triggered by the floodplain. The contours of red follow the FEMA map to the T. The FEMA map has been proved as inaccurate. It was classified as floodplain, but it doesn't physically meet the elevation. It's above the base flood elevation for that stream. So that's where the federal component came in, only that the FEMA broad mapping was used to determine this without actual data from the site. But the feds had no input, the state doesn't, which is what George had referenced, and there was no
No municipal government exploration on that.
exact. So
Or,
that,
or it would have been designated as such in the comprehensive plan.
exactly.
So for the record, we have section 13A, all knockoff for classifying this as resource protection district. We have explored that, it's in the record, it's in the video, we just talk about this, so how other board members feel about this? Penny?
I trust. The assessment. I don't wanna keep something in resource protection that doesn't belong in it. They're the landowner.
Okay, the surgeon.
When I made the walkthrough, we did the site visit, I said. What was, this is, you know, residential, it's, you know, it's not it's a forest or wetland at best. Or, you know, but, you know.
It isn't even that, it isn't even that, because although US Fish and Wildlife Service mapped it that way. The way to take any of that kind of mapping into put it into context, at least the way I put it into context, is that it's like a broad brush approach taken based largely on either satellite imagery, maybe aerial photography at best. And then you need to verify it when you're coming to making a decision about a specific parcel of land or site, but with on-site ground data. And that's what we've, you know, Tyler's done and the information we have before us in the case of the forested wetlands, which, you know, clearly on first blush looks like it might be. Tyler went ahead and hired a Maine registered soil scientist to do an on-site evaluation with soil borings and the like, which verified that it is not. Our site visit, at least my take from my site visit, is most of it is not. There are some pieces on the other side of the subdivision road that may be, so at least with the lots that are in question within the shoreland zone, I mean, that's generally kind of higher ground, actually.
Well, it's really a big tree, it's a lot of big.
Yeah,
trees.
no, it's nice, you know, dry land.
And that explains why the aerial mapping was inaccurate too. If it was a field, you would have expected better, but with the hemlock canopy, you know, it's a sensible conclusion.
Yeah, a lot of times they rely very heavily on what the vegetation type is, and the assumption sometimes is that if there's hemlock, it must be somewhat wet, and in this case, that's not true.
I have a question. It sounds to me like you have a theory as to how it was assigned that particular classification based on the mapping, but is there any way to look at historical data for when that classification was assigned?
I have that concept myself, because through time and because of the weather change, pieces of lands have changed. So maybe at one time it was a wetlands, no doubt about that. But because of all the changes, that possibly created a declassification because it's gonna become dry.
That's why they do the soil borings, is they actually go and study the soils to see the layers, what was there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And in one part, not on Tyler's land, but they actually found glacial clay. So that 10 foot wide strip was at one time wetland.
Yeah.
They deemed that, that's why there were some ribbons there, but just that one spot. So the rest of the soils out there were gravelly loam, you know, the support septic systems.
Well, and the nice thing about the soil data is too, that it tells you the history of that land over the long term.
Mhm.
And so, in fact, you can rule out that 10 years ago, that was wetland. Cause in all likelihood, it would show up in the soil profile, and it didn't. I think we can put a fair amount of confidence into that. If we didn't have that soils data, then it would be a different story.
Yeah.
So that was money well spent on
To your question, the state archives, you know. They're the scarecrow on the Wizard of Oz.
Yeah.
Nobody.
Well, I know.
I mean, most likely, I mean, we don't actually know what information a prior planning board looked at whenever this map was last time revised. Because it's been revised multiple times, but we, even without that, you know, just knowing the changes in technology and remote sensing and the like, even if you use Google Earth at all, you know how, if you go back on the time scale, how much better the photos are today in 2025 versus, 10 years ago, and how much resolution has improved. You can see, you know, whatever mapping they relied on, and they didn't have some things we have now, like beginning with habitat mapping wasn't available from Inland Fish and Wildlife at that time. So I suspect a lot of this can be attributed to just improvements in the mapping data that's available, in addition to at least at the state level, maybe not at the federal level, but in addition to the work that Tyler's.
so I definitely feel more confident that we have this discussion now, because I can relate to soil testing in engineering. Usually when you're doing a building and checking that people use the right mix for the either the floor or the ceiling, we do core testing, and you test the core, and we have figured out that people have used the wrong mix and they have to redo it all over again. So I feel, I guess in all the dialogues I've been going about this, it didn't really flagged up in my head that testing will talk about how back it goes to the fact that it had been dry land and not wetland. Now, that said, there were concerns in town, dialogues and people making judgments about the planning board decisions and whatnot. That definitely this year have been a dry year. So they're really in minds of certain residents, they have been concerned about the concept that, well, you know what, changing that this year will be very opportunistic, because this year was dry. If we wait another year, we're wet, maybe we'll be a wetland again. But having that piece of scientific information that they have been pouring down to the soil, and it can show that at least 20 years, 5 to 10 years back, it had been literally dry land. I guess we're covered with that. Now,
Yeah, good answer.
yeah, that would be a good explanation to that.
And the mapping wasn't done, it was done in two phases, in 23 and 24. That's why I referenced those dates in the letter, because I understand that concern was raised, and I get it. But these soil scientists aren't looking at the conditions in any particular job. They're looking at vegetation that was there 10 years ago. The core samples are telling them what was there 50, 100 years ago.
That's right.
So there's a lot more involved that even I wasn't aware of until going through this process. But, to any of those concerns, the wetland mapping was not done in these drought conditions. It was actually done in April and October of 23 and 24, which are higher precipitation months of the year. Here in May, so.
Particularly April,
Yeah.
And so they just went on what they saw on the surface, they weren't doing the.
Right, so when they were there, it was wet, I mean, it was heavy rain, it wasn't the ground conditions we have today, but even. If you were to bring them back and do it today, the results would be the same, because that's what they do, it's not, doesn't matter if it rained the day before, you got 4 inches of rain. You know, the week prior.
So with that said, I would entertain a motion to have the board, approve, moving forward with the, writing of a warrant, warrant for the select board.
I'll make a motion, that the board, develop a warrant article changing the shoreland zoning zone for the parcels and, the lots in question, from resource protection to limited, residential.
Right. We have a motion,
Second.
so Mr. Seal make the motion and Mrs. Morel make the second. So any further discussion? I hear none. Mrs. Morel,
Yes.
Mr. Sergeant,
Yes.
Mr. Seal,
Yes.
and me, Cheryl, yes, 5 yeses, none opposed. So now the question is, who's gonna write the warrant?
We need this before Thanksgiving, right?
We have plenty of time now.
Well,
So we, you
I
have to
mean,
write it, the board have to approve it.
I'm just working my way back from Thanksgiving, so we got 2 meetings. We got 1 meeting this month yet. If somebody drafts something between now and then, and Tyler wants to take a look at it as well. We really should have a draft. No, we don't have another meeting this week,
No,
this month. Thank you.
first week in November.
So there's 1 less meeting, so we're talking the first meeting on Thursday, we need to have a draft that's reasonably decent. Rich had suggested that we could do it, I know we have this map, and I'm not. Rich had actually suggested a slightly different approach, and I don't really have a horse in this race, but, he had suggested that we write it around just specifying which lot. Map and lot numbers would be impacted by the
Change,
change.
yeah,
And
and you're showing this map to the voters, kind of, and then after it's approved, change the real map.
So this would be informational.
Yeah,
he said this was what he would submit.
yeah,
Yeah,
I like it, actually, if we go that way, that will be for me, that will be the way
So
to go.
the only reason I'm kind of balking a little bit is, you had mentioned wanting to, and I agree, that we add the lots to the,
yeah, they were originally part of this parcel, so it's all essential. So we.
oh, so if they would be captured if we cited map 3 lot,
Just have to add 1 more lot to it.
And 19T, which I'm just gonna do like this, then I'll illustrate it on there.
and what about the lot that's got the camper on it?
That one as well.
Well, that's
That's
already
half
LR,
free.
that's LR already.
Oh, that's out, all right, okay. All right, never mind. I'm just trying to catch up.
Yeah.
Okay, well, so I'd be willing to try to draft it, but I'm not quite sure what it should say if we're gonna rely on this map. If we were gonna just cite tax map and lot numbers, that would be easier to do.
I think that was only submitted on Lorna's request for KV cog. She wanted something to illustrate the parcels in question, so I didn't submit that on request to be included in the warrant article. No, I'm comfortable with.
So what's the number of the other lot?
It'd be map 3, lot 3 and lot 19D.
19E.
D is in dog.
Thank you.
So it's map 3, lots 3 and 19D.
You know, both of Jason.
I'd be willing to write a draft for well, I'd have to get it to you, Hans, the Thursday before our meeting. So it goes in the packet, whatever date that is,
That'll be the 30th. 31st is Halloween is Friday,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yes.
and I would. If okay with the board, I would share it with Tyler. And I don't. I'm cognizant of Tyler's concern about the wording, wording does matter. I don't like the word correction, to be honest with you, but because I think it wasn't an error so much as a change in technology and that kind of thing, I.
Well, as that's expressed, a lot, you know, the presentation of this is crucial.
Yeah, I get that, and let me see what I come up with, and I'll obviously share
Yeah.
it, if that's okay with the board.
It's okay with me. I think,
I mean, obviously, the decision is ours, not Tyler's, but, but he's obviously the key interested party here and, in addition to the public and so, good to get his input early on.
Thank you, George, for being willing to do that. That's.
Absolutely.
Well, I'm hoping it's a lot of time is when I'm hoping.
Does the select board then just approve that, or do they have the opportunity to amend it, or are you writing the formal warrant article that just gets?
My impression, and you've talked to Mary, so correct me if I'm wrong, based on our past experience. Well, we actually haven't drafted a warrant article in the time that I've been on the board, but when we propose ordinance changes. The way the process works is it of course goes to Mary Vogel as town clerk and to Lorna. And they present it to the select board, and the select board generally, they've either said or okay, good to go, and they send it to the town attorney to review. And then once it comes back, then Mary puts it on the warrant article along with everything else.
What's the town's attorney?
Sorry,
Phil Saucier. Attorney Phil Saucier.
yeah.
We're done.
I think, that covers that. So
Can we move to the mobile home? 'Cause that's what our guest is here.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was texting my coworkers, being like, you won't believe what. Yeah, I bumped it too.
So, is there,
So we're all set, nothing.
so,
They're gonna do it.
so,
Next meeting, we'll have it.
yeah,
Okay,
so the burden's on me.
I appreciate it.
So,
I'll make you mobile.
mobile home ordinance.
Please stay.
With LD 1829 and a few other changes that have occurred in the past year, we have several ordinances that need to be updated. Mobile home ordinance is going to be effective because it reads that if we have 3 mobile homes on a lot, it's gotta go through approval. LD 1829 says we can now have 4 dwellings on 1 residential lot without going through subdivision. So there's an individual out there that wants to do that very thing, put 4 mobile homes on 1 lot. He's gonna own all the mobile homes, he's gonna own the whole lot, and then rent them out.
So that's LD 1829.
Yes,
Does that require amendments or ordinance?
it will, because now it's changing the subdivision rule to. You can have multiple dwellings on 1 lot up to 4.
So this is gonna be like 2003. That when was this approved? When this became law?
It went into
September.
effect September 24th. It was approved last June 24th.
So you may recall, we had a discussion about this back in August,
We did.
not the mobile home
No, but
portion of it, but the law and what a pain it's gonna be having to redo all the work we just did. You may recall, I also said that I had testified against it because of the it was a one shoe size fit all bill that
yeah.
took.
We're
We've done the
water,
work for towns
water
that have private wells and
Yeah.
septic systems. It works great for the suburbs
City.
of Portland,
Yeah.
but anyway, be that as it may, it passed anyway. Or because of that. But I had communications with the staff in the housing section at the Department of Economic and Community Development. She's actually a resident of Belgrade, and or the head of it is, and we'd had some communications with her back in the prior, when we implemented the prior housing law. Asking if they were intending to redo their regulations that implement the law, because the statutes are vague. And it's really the regulation by the agency that implements them that really provides you with the best guidance on how to put it into practice and how to amend ordinances. And that was definitely true the last round. And the answer was yes, and her recommendation was don't do anything until we revise our regulations, which will be, she estimated would be December, January. Now, something fundamental like this, I don't think's impacted. It's the finer points of amending the minimum lot size ordinance and the our multifamily dwelling ordinance that I would, my sense is we may waste time and effort and possibly money if we prematurely went ahead with amendments, but until we see those regulations. To be honest with you, I totally forgot we even had a ordinance regarding mobile homes until you mentioned it, Hans.
Well, here's what it looks like.
Yeah, what year is that from? 1971?
1990.
Whoa.
And it's a three or more thing, and then the definitions. And our conversation earlier helped bring this to me is, there's mobile home lot. Typically is where somebody will bring their own mobile home, they rent the lot and bring their own mobile home and park it there.
Right.
That creates a park. So you educated me. Whereas sole ownership of the lot and all dwellings on it is just being a landlord. And right now, the state is classifying mobile homes as equal dwellings as a stick-built house.
Right.
So. Just want to let you know it's coming.
Well, I mean, the reality is in central Maine, mobile homes are affordable housing. Yeah. What's that?
That's why I'm here. I think it's really crucial. It's about 8% of our housing stock in Maine. And it is the most prolific of naturally occurring affordable housing that we have in the state. And for many families, it's like that first step onto the path for home ownership. And so finding ways to have it develop in our community in a way that makes sense, I think is important to do because it's definitely coming. And I think there are opportunities to do it really well.
You also find that older people that are wanting to downsize are using that as a way to do it.
Absolutely.
So you think the proliferation of mobile parks is gonna be a catching trend here?
So I'm gonna start to say, I'm talking my own personal capacity.
Sure.
That's like not for my job because I have to be really careful with that. But I think that we really have a severe housing crisis.
Oh, no
As
doubt,
someone who sees
no doubt.
people are paying for rent in Waterville.
Oh, yeah, no,
And one of the ways that we can work ourselves out of that is to utilize all the different ways we can create housing. And manufactured housing is one of the fastest ways to add housing to housing stock. It's often one level, which allows people to downsize, which allows big farmhouses to vacate. So it's a way to create more affordable housing within a community. And I was saying, I have seen places where it's done really well and it complements the community and it
And
adds to it.
where are those places you're talking about?
One of the key foundations that I see is that community owned, so like cooperative owned mobile home parks, so if the people who live in the park own the
Oh,
park.
right, I mean,
Those mobile home parks retain their value, they are much cleaner, people have a lot more pride, like it is a much better system, whereas. We see a lot of the infrastructure issues, the things that make me worried about a mobile home park in Belgrade is. You know, poor infrastructure, sewage backing up into homes, which I honestly see on a weekly basis. That happens when big companies own the mobile homes and they're looking to extract profit. And so like finding a way that we can create space for these communities here in Belgrade and surrounding communities that set them up to be successful, I think is really important because we're gonna start seeing it.
Have you seen the LD that came out and, mobile home parks are gonna have to pay the state $50,000 a piece for each mobile home?
The a proposed bill or when it passes,
I think it passed. I'm gonna pay it to the,
like a fee for each lot.
yeah, $50,000 a piece.
So I would say, I work on the human side of this process, so I work with families that are facing eviction primarily. Or families that own their mobile home and need to move it, that's another common thing I deal with. So I like kind of keep track of that stuff, but I don't think as much about the development side, this is kind of a new thing for me to think about. Kind of as a community member, not so much as my job.
They would pay it to the Housing and Urban Development Committee. And then the purpose is to help people who can't afford housing.
I'm gonna have to look into that, so I don't know about that, but I will definitely, I have a cheat sheet from a workshop I went to recently.
It was this session.
But yeah, I will go back and look, my understanding is that the goal that the governor's office of policy and innovation has put forward under Greg Payne is to create opportunities for housing to be built in sensible ways. And so like the governor's office, the legislature, especially last session, and I think probably this session is gonna be focused on decreasing barriers to building housing. So it's like figuring out how we work with that in a way that is good for our community, like, for instance, my grandma is in Waterville. I would love for her to be in Belgrade, right? But there really isn't a suitable home for her, one level where she can get into a grocery store and stuff like that. So if we can create spaces like that in Belgrade, one of the ways we can do it is through
So,
mobile homes, and they don't have to be what we, I'm saying, they don't have to be what we think of as a mobile home.
this conversation is very interesting. Because, as a town, the comprehensive plan had kicked out the concept of housing for elders. And we're all gonna get there.
Yeah.
And then we're having this conversation in a room where we have the best developer in town.
I know, I was actually interested to hear you say that. There is a cool nonprofit called the Genesis Fund that does financing for things like this. And I've been super curious to know if there's a way to finance a development for a mobile home park that would allow you to turn it over, like sell it to the people once it's been developed,
You know, Matt Pulio,
only by reputation.
he proposed just that in Augusta, he bought land, significant.
He used to be our senator one.
Yes, they got started right here in Hammond Lumber in town, great fellow, I talked to him today, but he's proposing something very similar in Augusta. I'm anxious to see the plans as things progress.
So I'm saying this weekend, I just by weird circumstance happened to stay at a campground that was owned by a mobile home park in Vermont, outside Brattleboro. And when we were driving in, we drove through the mobile home park, and I was like, this is bizarre. But what the mobile home park has done is they developed this parcel next to the mobile home park to create an income stream. To have more money to maintain their infrastructure and to keep lot rents down. And it was like super cute, there's a park in the middle, there's this beautiful playground. It was situated so things were spaced out a little bit more, like it was, like it reminded me of being in Florida, you know, you go to the retirement communities. in
Yeah,
Florida?
yeah.
Like it's a place you want to live.
Yeah, my daughter's part of Orange right now, it's a retirement community, it's what you described.
Yeah, like I strongly believe, and I know this does not a universal opinion, but I think Belgrade needs more affordable housing.
No,
The people that we want to be here and working can't.
this is a question and an issue that the planning board, the select board have been approached for, where we need elder housing. And of course, Granite Estates in Augusta is a beautiful place and everything else, but that's something that's not gonna be affordable for our
Build
residents.
that today.
Huh?
You couldn't build that today. Numbers aren't there.
So that said, what you're talking about, and if you bring this to this as in the public comment to the select board, and if you can get your hands in doing that touring video you were talking about, or that place that you look at, that is something that will get the minds going. Not necessarily we're gonna do exactly what you're talking about, but as a community, we have to come together in understanding that there's a need and that we have to start planning now. So in 15, 20 years, we have it.
And that's why when I saw you were talking about the ordinance, I was like, well, I wanna hear this conversation because I feel like we should, when we're thinking about these ordinances, have an eye towards that type of development, not just restricting what people are afraid will happen, but thinking about how we kind of create opportunities for it to be a positive thing.
So Hans, is that ordinance on our website? Cause it is, okay,
It is.
I don't have it in my handbook. I mean, personally, I would have to look at it and get familiar with it, cause I mean, I've been on the planning board since 2015. It's never come up.
Well, I think we have a key player to help navigate this.
You'll regret showing up, I'll tell you.
But is, you know, defining a lot versus a park versus individual ownership. They're all components of.
So
I wanna know-
what I'm struggling with is how much of this is driven by that new state housing law? And how much of it is just that we have this incredibly out of date ordinance and or both?
I think our ordinance has nothing to do with it. I think it's all the state housing law, because by allowing now 4 dwelling units on 1 residential parcel. I mean, granted, this parcel is larger than the minimum lot size. But you're still putting 4 onto 1. And when you do 4 mobile homes. The drive-by is, there's a mobile home park. It's only 4, but 4 are allowable. And it could be 4 tiny homes, could be 4. I mean, I think mobile homes are probably more sanitary than a tiny home. So mobile home is the better option here.
So. I don't know about 4. Not 4 on 1 lot, but like with multifamily dwelling, this is all, stuff that we hashed over in Kennebec Valley Council of Governments was our consultant. We had to redo the ordinances previously. And that time, under that law, the state provided resources to help towns like Belgrade. This time they zip not a dime, but so I think we're gonna be on our own this time around, but if it was I had to do some working with the mobile home park industry, if you will, or the land lease industry, as they like to call themselves. They really get insulted if you call it a mobile home park. But most of them, most of those, if they're new, have to get subdivision approval. Cause they're creating a subdivision if they're on different individual lots.
Well, that's if they create lots, but this is 1 lot. So the new rule allows. The subdivision of dwellings. Where 5 is now the trigger, 5 in 5 years, so 4 is okay. So.
Oh, I see your point now.
They're
That's right.
not, they're not divided apart.
Mini parks.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Instead of encouraging property development, there's going to be many parks on
Which
it.
I think could be, like, there are pros and cons, like, I think that could be done really well.
So,
Well, the only reason I was going in the direction I was is the subdivision ordinance would mitigate some of the concerns that you had expressed with regard to how would the public perceive it driving by, you know, because it would deal with some of the aesthetics and things of that nature.
so the really governing factor here is subsurface wastewater. You know, you gotta have adequate septic. And the plan that as it's being presented now is 4 units, they're 2 bedrooms each, 8 bedrooms, 2 septic fields, two, you know, they each have their own tanks. But the other option is they put up 2 duplexes. Duplex can be 1 bedroom each, 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms. Duplex doesn't define bedrooms. So again, I feel like we're safer with these mobile homes because they're only so big. You don't see 3 and 4 bedroom mobile homes,
For bedrooms, a lot of them are 3 bedroom,
but that's usually the maximum
yeah.
until you get to a double wide.
The your parents' home, it was a manufactured home, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, you'd never know, of course, you know, because I mean, manufactured home means a lot of different things. A lot of times, you know, now the quality's better than
Yeah,
built
well,
on
cheaper.
site.
The other thing people could do, and this is where my experience in court may be helpful. It is common for people to buy like a 1 acre lot, a 1 acre lot, a 1 acre lot, or like subdivide it and then put 2 homes, 2 homes, 2 homes. In my experience, they do it in an effort to try to get around mobile home park regulations that are supposed to protect tenants. Cause they're not a mobile home park. And so we end up arguing in court that because they own contiguous lots and they control it, they bring themselves into the mobile home park eviction statute that is intended to protect the family. But I can imagine someone coming to you and saying, I'm gonna break up all these 1 acre lots, and then all of a sudden you've got 5 1 acre lots with 4 mobile homes on each. You know, and that's,
You can't have it.
and I think that that's a different intent, so it's just thinking about it from like a holistic.
Yeah, Hans, and again, I honestly don't know what that ordinance says, and is its focus protection, is it sort of a consumer protection ordinance, or was it an ordinance established to prevent mobile home parks from being developed in Belgrade?
It was to regulate mobile home parks, to get them permitted, you know, minimum lot size per mobile home lot. But,
And
what the state has
and
done-
was it regulating a mobile home lot differently than one for a single family home?
Yes. Lot size.
That doesn't sound quite kosher. I mean, could legal,
Well, what you're saying is that the new law toppled over what we have.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's, the home rule is gone right now.
so at a minimum, what you're saying is when we have to redo probably the minimum lot size ordinance again, and the multifamily dwelling unit ordinance again, and the subdivision ordinance again, or at least a small part of it, the definition of subdivision. We need to redo this ordinance as well.
We do, yeah, and one of the key aspects of 1829 is. Because towns were writing poison pills into their ordinances by having large lot size required for multifamily dwelling units. They specifically say that lot sizes for mobile homes cannot be greater than residential dwelling units. That's why they classify them together. And lot sizes for multifamily dwelling units must be the same as your residential dwelling units.
Just for your benefit and Tyler's too, one of the big issues. I mean, you kind of got a hint of my bias in all this earlier by my comments, but when you don't have the infrastructure to support really dense housing. And you're reliant on private wells and septic systems, you gotta be very concerned about septic systems. Contaminate private drinking water supplies on the parcel and off the parcel. And we had included in ours a standard from the Maine Drinking Water Well Commission, this is part of DHHS, that the separation between a septic system and a private well be the same as the required separation between a well and a septic system, which is the separation is 100 feet to allow for dilution of the effluent. And I don't know if this law, puts the kibosh on it. I don't think it does, but but that's my beef with the way the states approach this. Is it works great in Biddeford, where the sponsor's from, but
I certainly hear your perspective. And I think this is an interesting thing because I think our end goal is the same, like we want Belgrade to be a wonderful place to live. But I think we have to find solutions around those issues, and I think there has to be creative ways to lay out these neighborhoods to deal with those issues. Because we need the density. Like we need the people to move to Maine, we need the housing prices to come down. Like Maine is going to really struggle in the next 10 or 15 years without these changes. And it just has to be done well. So I'm here because I wanna see it done well. That's my hope. Because I think, they're forcing communities to accept denser housing.
I agree. I mean, my sons probably couldn't afford to live in Belgrade, but not currently, but well, one could, he's a lawyer, but but on the other hand, I think a municipality's first and foremost obligation is to protect public health.
Absolutely.
And if you can't have a clean drinking water supply in a town like Belgrade, you're in bad shape.
Good.
So,
Thank you
so
for being here. We need
for
new
us, we
people,
should get familiar.
we need
with
new
the
blood in
ordinances.
this business.
Well, you should get familiar with like 1829 and the parameters.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
we'll have to.
Well, yeah, I spent a lot of time with it when it was proposed and I mean, one of the other impacts on it is, fourth floors are mandatory now and you can't have a height restriction less than a fourth floor. So what's that mean for the fire department? And they put some weasel language in there that it makes it that would mean the planning board needs to consult with the fire department, but it doesn't say that the fire department can say, we can't respond to fires on the fourth floor like Belgrade can. And so it raises, not only fiscal issues potentially, because, Belgrade's gonna have to enter into agreements with Augusta and Waterville to get a ladder truck out here. By that time, the building's gonna burn down. It just, in my view, the one size fits all approach does not work for rural Maine. But that's just me.
When you continue to talk about this at successive meetings, is that I'm new to this, so I'm curious if this is the kind of thing where like I should plan to come every couple of weeks or.
When we start to get into our ordinance change.
Yeah.
I think it'd be great if you're part of all the ordinances, minimum lot size, mobile home.
You're gonna be sorry. It's like going to a hot dog factory.
But
You might like hot dogs, but you don't wanna see how it's made.
it's kind of, I think, gonna be one of those things where we say we're gonna take an hour.
Yeah.
At each meeting for a period of time. And we're gonna limit our efforts, but we're gonna dedicate our efforts. Okay, then you'll be aware of it.
Did you sign?
I did sign it, yes.
Oh, good.
What's your name?
In Chile.
Dylan.
Chile, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Tyler Evans.
Yeah, whoops. I'll bring, next time, or I'll try to bring, there's some really interesting information from the Genesis Fund, some other like interesting things about this stuff that might be helpful.
The Genesis Fund is a grant program?
It's a nonprofit that provides financing to developers that want to develop projects for, essentially for the good. So they will finance things that traditional banks won't, they will help people with expertise on how to do this. There's like a bunch of cool organizations working in this space to try to create this affordable housing. Anyone who's if we can bring some of that.
Oh, that'd be great. Love to see it. I mean, email it to me, cause I've got some people I think I can share it with.
Absolutely.
And I'll send that LD about the 50,000 too.
Yeah, I wanna see that too. So
Right, next thing,
you could look at this old application that was approved for Doug's Lane. It's expired. I just wanna know, do I make the homeowner come back and go through the whole process again, or can we give him an extension on this, or how do you wanna handle it? And Doug's not, his name is on it, he's not.
Yeah,
He's off.
I'm not familiar with, in the ordinance, is there language that allows us to extend it next part?
I don't think so.
I don't think that is a significant start, so I'll just come back and do it again.
This is the Doug Frame one you're talking about?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, it's the Taylor Benzel, he did two houses side by side, got approval, he worked on one, and then they didn't start on the other one. So, or they started on it, but they stopped.
so they're gonna just send a new application, is that what you're saying?
I think so,
Yep,
Okay,
those ordinance still the same. All right.
yeah,
Then it's land use standards, setbacks, we have several setbacks that conflict with each other. Our minimum lot size. Section 5. 2B says 25 feet horizontal distance from any public road. Privately owned right of way. And then when we get to. Shoreline zone. Section 15. 2B or B2. Says 100 feet from public private roads.
100 feet.
yeah, it does. So nice.
Oh, minimum lots, yeah, this is minimum one. So I can bring it up on the screen.
I guess have a great night.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah,
you
you too.
too.
Thank you, Johnny.
Good to see you again.
Yeah,
Nice to come
thank you for
by.
being here, both of you.
Thank you.
do.
So I drive by.
So minimum lot size is 46.
This is the same ordinance.
Yeah, minimum lot size, page 6. Now, the first one was,
It's page 6 and page 4.
yeah, okay.
Gee, we went through all of this, not even a year and a half ago.
Yeah, you're right, they're both the same ordinance. But there's another ordinance. That conflicts too, I just didn't make a copy and get it in here.
I mean, I believe our setbacks in the shoreline zoning are consistent with the state minimum.
Well, the shoreline zone says 25 feet from the shared right of way, private road.
Right.
But minimum lot size here, it says 100 feet from public and private roads in existence at the time of the application.
So it's more restrictive.
But also, and further up, it says greater dimension 25 feet horizontal distance. Well, that's the first page, is like Sarah said, page 4.
I think the 100 feet is incorrect. What you have the 25 one.
In, what's,
I don't know. We just
there are
went
all
to-
kinds of new houses that are set 100 feet back from the road. Belgrade.
Yeah, yours is.
What's that?
Yours is.
No, mine isn't. I mean, we built it in 1980, but mine isn't. Mine definitely isn't.
And I remember Craig saying we threw out that 1.5 the height rule,
Yeah, that's what it was when we built our house.
1.5 times the height. So.
Why, what is the reason with 1.5 the height of the house?
Good
Right.
fire, I mean, I'm thinking that was a fire safety thing.
Yeah, that's what I was
In
told.
case it burns and falls over, it's not gonna get into the road.
Some fireman told me that when it doesn't fall over, it just crumbles, so you might get 20 feet into the road. 20 feet. It not it crumbles. Wait a minute.
So I mean, this good thing that we're faced with this, we'll have to make a decision on it. But I guess we need, the board itself needs to do some more research,
Yeah,
going with a final decision, right?
This seems really excessive.
Yeah, hundreds, that's.
I mean, look at 66 Pine Beach, they can't be 100 feet from the road, if they're gonna be 100 feet from the water.
Right.
So we have to figure out which one of these
So,
ordinances.
Hans, educate me a little bit here. Is there anything like with these kinds of road setbacks, it's established in state law for a minimum lot size ordinance like this that, like a counterpart to shoreline zoning where there's a minimum state standard?
I haven't seen one.
Yeah, I didn't think so, but
Because the state minimum, I haven't really looked for, there is a state minimum lot size law, but I haven't looked at it for setbacks. Because most. The state minimum lot size is 20,000 and they're reducing it to 5 in certain situations. Which means, again, you can't get 100 foot from the,
no,
and have to build a house.
that's crazy. Yeah, I think this needs to be part of the mix in terms of when we redo this ordinance, for sure.
Just put a line through
What's that?
it. Just remove that paragraph.
Well,
Is
or
anything in there
make
that's-
it reasonable,
Say 25 feet.
yeah, right, make it consistent,
Well,
or, maybe, I don't know,
35.
maybe there's an argument to be made that, from a state numbered highway, it should be more than from a town road, but, it should be more reasonable than this. I think.
So speed zones. Yeah, it's discussion, I mean, it's 10:30.
Yeah.
That's pretty much.
See, my wife's family would maybe agree with this because they had a heating truck come right through their dining room.
Oh,
I see reason for it, good cause, safety, kids playing, and like I said, a delivery truck, garbage truck needs to be able to get off the road if it's backing up into your driveway. So I see where 50 feet might be reasonable,
100 feet.
but 100 is. That's the outback,
Yeah, agree.
Do I understand that this is the ordinance the way it's written now?
Mhm.
And you're saying wherever it's highlighted, you want to change it?
Well,
Well,
there's
we-
conflict.
it's a conflict between the first page and the third page.
I can't
conflict.
enforce, I
It's a
can't enforce
conflict.
anything, because
Okay,
what do I enforce?
Yeah, it's a conflict. First page says 25 feet and the third.
Yeah.
Page six says 100 foot.
yeah.
So which rule he's gonna follow, is what
Uh,
he's asking.
It's supposed to follow more restrictive.
Yeah, right, and that, in this case, that is kind of crazy
Yeah.
and impractical in its
And all
its own.
The Booker Road subdivision, I mean, Tyler's subdivision. Can't get 100 foot from the roads.
That's your question.
So, I would, maybe suggest to table off the minutes approval for next meeting. And then I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Welcome to adjourn.
I thought we already did.
Who seconded?
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion from Mr. Surgeon, a second from Mrs. Morel, all in favor? Everybody's in favor, unanimous,
Here.
yep. Good night.
What time is it?
It is
Good
10:30.
10:30.
We really did it.
Well,
tonight.
and you know that when the Jones application comes up to us again. I was just gonna say it will also be a long meeting.
Yeah,
Right, I'm on the wrong screen here, I forgot. So